Flintu's here! Oh, good. Whew. It was like, well, Flintu isn't here. How am I supposed to start if Flintu's not here? What? What do you mean? I said I'd be playing this today. Oh, I guess I should have given y'all a heads up. Listen, okay? I spent the entire afternoon dyeing my hair. I had to bleach my hair twice, which was so much work. And then, right now, my hair is currently dyed and it's like wrapped up in a bunch of plastic so it doesn't get all over my headphones. What do you mean? So then I was like, heck, you know what I want right now? I want some papaya. So I ate some papaya and then I was like, wait, heck, now I want some tea after this. So then I had to make tea and that's why it took extra long and I was like, well, where's Flintu? I can't start this beautiful game without Flintu. So here we are. Everyone's here. Cocolamoco's here, Flint's here, Toast is here. Amazing. Y'all ready for the Fata Morgana? I really like this cover of Giselle. Oh shit. See you later, Toast, then, when you do leave. But it's fine. You're here for the beginning, at least. Yay. Let's do this. I don't think I've... Oh, I still have Danganronpa open! Wait, why? Wasn't my PS4 was off this whole time? Why was that even open? What? Yes, close it. Was it in sleep mode? I thought I put it off. I thought I shut it down. Oh, look at that art. It's so pretty. Ooh. Oh shit. Here we go. Shoot. This UI already looks so good. Damn. Goddamn. Config. What are the settings in this one? Voice volume. There's voices? What does that mean? What does that mean? Oh, reincarnation, that's so weird. Okay, let's see. So, from what I hear, there's like, you can answer a bunch of questions and skip through so you don't have to play the game again. And that's what backdoor is. Answering 3 questions, you can unlock every story in the game. If this is your first time playing, we recommend following the game's natural progression. Can I just, like, unlock Requiem? Heck. I guess this is the only way to do it, really. What color rose did Michel give Giselle? Red. How many keys are necessary to enter the mansion's observation tower? 3. Yeah, that'd take a while. What is the name of the elixir said to be able to cure any disease? Saint's blood. You answered all 3 correctly. You can now access every story in the game. Goddamn. Oh, but by this way we don't get like the special thing. Can't wait to see how accurate my voices are. Oh yeah. I can't wait. But hey, here we go. We're doing Requiem. Oh yeah. Oh geez, they have like their own... What? Oh my, this is already like cranking up. Oh. I was not ready for this too. I guess we're doing Requiem, right? Yes. Oh. I think so, yeah. I think it's about Morgana's thing. That's why we see Morgana and Jacopo. Aside from justice, particularly displeased with the law. Bearing spotted young woman, she can come off as rather detached and impassive. The trust she treats you like family. If you betray that trust, you'll never get it back. Bright-spirited girl, taken from her home at a young age, maintains very positive outlook. Morgana, a victim of unimaginable torture. Whereas to keep her face hidden so people can't see the strange marks that cover it. Oh, okay. Who? Who's this dude? Well, I mean, who's that other... Barnier! Oh! Who? Shit. Barney! I don't know if he's gonna be a fun guy. Considering what we've heard about him. The ointment. Heck. There is no happily ever after. I know this! We already know! Hear me speedily, O Lord, my spirit faileth. Hide not thy face from me, lest I be unto them that go down into the pit. Deliver me, O Lord, from mine enemies, I flee unto thee to hide me. Teach me to do thy will, for thou art my God, thy spirit is good. Lead me to the land of something. Mine enemies destroy all of them that afflict my soul. I am thy servant. Oh. This asshole. Ugh!
Cheers, a saint's blood and good fortune to all.
God, he sucks. Voices, so many voices. Laughing, laughing, laughing. Was this the 10th such party? The 20th? I no longer had any idea. The Lord's guests merrily drank of my blood. My father had not blessed me with his miracle, so wealthy nobles could fill their goblets with it. My blood was for the poor, the infirm and the destitute. Why am I here? Why am I not doing my father's work? With each passing moment, my body grew colder and colder, while a mad, fiery fervor spread among the partygoers. Father, it hurts. My soul hurt far more than my body. It felt like it was cracked in a dozen places, about to shatter. Again and again, I've told myself it was just a trial, that God was simply testing me. I didn't think I could bear it much longer. The horrible black miasma spilled from the wounds of my flesh, filling the room. It was probably an illusion, something only I could see. The miasma soon began consuming my spirit. All my life I spent telling myself to be pure, just, righteous. All of that was corroding away, ripping me asunder. Father, O Lord, of thy mercy cut off mine enemies. Destroy all them that afflict my soul. For I am thy servant. I am thy servant. Please, O Father, deliver unto these sinners thy holy judgment. Cast them down into the depths of hell for the sins they would commit against thy faithful servant. Disguised as a prayer, I cursed them. For the first time in my life, I wished someone ill. I did what a saint, what the daughter of God must never do. And in that moment, I committed a sin greater than anyone else in that room. Oh. The girl! Look at her face! I began to hear panicked voices rising up around the hall. However, I was completely oblivious to the cause of the unrest. Yeah, they have one game in development that's completely different looking. It's got the same singer as this one, but it looks completely different. I'm super excited for that one too. In fact, I assumed that perhaps God had heard my wish, struck down some of the partygoers. The Lord marched over to where I sat in chains, grabbing me by the hair and yanking my head up. In his other hand, he held a sword. A disgusted grimace was carved onto his face, as though he was looking down at the filthiest thing in the world.
You're a damned witch wearing a saint's skin.
Oh, jeez.
Oh shit!
Ah, this is worse than I expected. The stench of rotting flesh hung in the air. Corpses were strewn about the room in varying states of decay. Blood pooled on the floor, black and thick as mud. An eyeball hung loose from one body, half decomposed and about as much liquid as it was solid. How's the volume, by the way? Is it too loud? Good? Okay. Because I really like the music too, so I don't want to like completely... Okay, I'll put it a little bit lower then. There we go. On many, white bone was visible through patches of flesh that had rotted away entirely. Some had been worked to death, others died of any number of diseases. They were the lucky ones. Several bodies bore stab wounds from head to toe. Others looked like someone had tried to rip them in two. Some had been burned until their entire bodies shriveled. Some were covered in blisters. There was no shortage of people who had obviously been tortured. Though the man on the other end of the torture, the Lord Barnier, thought of it as more of a leisure activity. They did! I'm into it. I like it. The Lord was spoken of in whispers as the second coming of the great tyrant of old. Though it wasn't until I snuck into his manor, I saw for myself, that I truly understood how accurate that was. He was a damn psychopath. I just realized that we were in his perspective now. I apologize that I couldn't make it in time to save you all too. I'm hardly a religious man, but for you, I think I can spare a prayer. Rest in peace. Not myself today. Though I suppose that shouldn't be a surprise, considering what today is. I wonder if that girl from the other day is among the dead. No, I need to stay focused. If this goes south, I'll be the one joining this pile of bodies. God, I'm starting to get a little nervous. Don't go weak in the knees now, Jacopo. How can you ever expect to go out into the world if you can't even keep yourself together for something as straightforward as this? I can do this, no problem. Let's start ourselves a revolt. It all began a little over 2 weeks earlier. The local lord's iron-fisted rule was destroying the commoners. This went doubly for those living in poverty, who were barely scraping by before taxes. You could hardly take 3 steps out in the slums without hearing someone curse the Lord. I have no idea who first proposed the plan. Everything came together so smoothly, so quickly, it's almost a blur. What started as the everyday litany of complaints hurled back and forth between the usual crew of young, indignant men in the pub soon escalated, ballooning into a full-fledged plot to strike back. He treats us like dog shit. We're the ones working his goddamn land. Let's give the bastard what's coming. Over the next few days, word of the plot spread through the slums. The number of volunteers grew at an impressive pace. The more people we had on board, the more realistic it all started to become. While the original plan amounted to charging in headlong with whatever weapons we could scrounge together, it quickly evolved into a more sensible scheme to infiltrate the Lord's manor and free his slaves. I bet you're wondering how— Yeah, he did! Oh my god! It's like, the volume is really loud for me too. Hold on. I need to like lower it a little bit. Oh wait, I can probably— hold up. I'm scared to press anything because what if it like does a thing? Oh. Babe? Yeah, I'm doing a thing. Hold up. Oh, nice. I like the menu, man. They should— I think they're making the remastered version on PC too, which is gonna be pretty neat. Seems okay. Maybe this much? Yeah, this should be fine, I think. I'll just speak even closer to the mic. They do, but yeah, okay, it should be fine. It was no secret that the Lord was purchasing far more slaves than he should have any reasonable use for. What we didn't know was what he did with the slaves, that the banquet he so loved to throw was actually 6 sadistic torture parties. The best we could do was infer their living conditions were less than ideal from the fact that the Lord kept acquiring more. And while the plan to free the Lord's slaves was undeniably rooted in a righteous desire, I would be lying if I said everyone's intentions were so pure. We wanted to right an injustice, absolutely, but the prevailing desire was for vengeance, to give the Lord a little comeuppance. Yeah, we're gonna get real up close. Part of it was also calculated, that it would be advantageous for it to look like a slave revolt rather than a civilian uprising. If we struck from the outside, we were liable to bring the Lord's wrath down upon more than just a handful of us involved. If the blow came from the inside, he couldn't blame us. Secondly, the Lord's mansion sat atop a hill, which meant his soldiers had the advantage of terrain. It would be nigh impossible for a band of lowly, ill-equipped peasants to break through his defenses. We certainly didn't have the money to hire mercenaries. No amount of righteous anger was getting us anywhere near that manor. On the other hand, quietly getting one person inside to stir the pot was far more feasible. Ultimately, bringing the slaves was a means to an end. It was our best chance to deal the Lord a real blow. Of course, that doesn't mean we wouldn't save as many people as we could. Nor did it mean it would be easy to pull off, or that any of us would make it out alive. The plan went as follows. We would find a slave trader willing to sell one of us to the Lord. Once they had infiltrated, they would spread word of the scheme to the other slaves, trying to get as many of them on board as possible. Finding a slave trader willing to cooperate was surprisingly easy. Yeah! They I guess he did kind of mention that he wasn't actually a slave. They just kind of planned the revolution, but I didn't think that they were like that deep in it. Damn. They're businessmen, and slaves their product. I guess that makes sense when you consider his whole thing was getting money and power by himself. While the majority didn't give a damn what happened to the slaves after they'd received payment, there were more than a few who were displeased knowing their precious wares were being squandered. No, that's not the mansion. This is where the Lord is, and that's not where the mansion is. The mansion is like a kind of like a church-ish. We saw the mansion in the beginning. That's what the thing looks like. Slaves were supposed to be long-term workers. They're not meant to be expendable. They require food and rest, some semblance of reasonable living conditions. It was far from a glamorous life, obviously, but most sensible slave owners at least had a vested interest in keeping their workers alive. However, that was far from the case with Lord Bonnier. Slaves were, of course, the property of whoever purchased them, and a mere slave trader had no place complaining about how they were being treated. That didn't mean the traders had to like it, though, and there was a small collective of them who staunchly refused to do business with the Lord, quietly mocking any who did. Nobody openly spoke ill of the Lord, let alone opposed him directly. Not only because this land was under his control, but because he was a madman, and everyone knew it. They would help us get in, and nothing more. That was fine. That was all we needed from them to put our plan into action. And the vanguard of our operation, the one who would infiltrate the Lord's manor, was me. I volunteered for the position, partially in the heat of the moment, but also, I was confident I could pull it off. Above all, though, I didn't want to believe that I couldn't manage such a straightforward task. I had to step up and take the initiative, or I would never escape this life as a poor, lowly slum dweller. Crawling through the dirt, everyone, nobles and peasants alike, looking down on me, thinking I'm worthless. That would be me for my whole pathetic life. Like hell was I gonna let that happen. I wanted to claw my way up, as high as I could manage. I didn't want to surrender, to accept that I was powerless. I wanted to make something of my one and only life. We chose the beginning of the Lord's next banquet for my infiltration, and that was when I saw the horror for myself. The abuse and the torture he put the slaves through. It was a goddamn blood banquet. Any mistake, no matter how small, would invite harsh discipline. Bonnier was in a particularly foul mood that day. He would physically beat the wrongdoers. He had a particular fondness for the activities that drew blood, though. He would regularly gather together nobles with similar predilections at his manor. Once the banquet had begun, it generally continued for around 2 weeks. Jeez. What kind of sick nobles even are there? What the hell? I thought it was just Bonnier. The first thing I did after infiltrating was spread word of the plan to the other slaves. To be honest, I assumed it would be easy getting them to cooperate. They should have reviled Bonnier more than anyone, after all. Everyone is participating in blood stuff with, like, torturing all the slaves. All of the nobles or whatever that he invited. I couldn't have been more wrong. Every ounce of willpower had been drained from them. Like, I guess whipping them, probably drawing blood out from them, cutting them up, like what they did to Morgana, essentially. But to everyone else. They were malnourished, unrested, and violently oppressed. I could hardly have convinced them to swat a mosquito. I don't know if her blood is very special. He had them completely under his thumb. Everyone was utterly terrified to fight back against Bonnier. I don't think he believed her blood was special. I think they thought she was a joke. They didn't really believe her. Only the villagers in her town did, because, you know, they're villagers and not very they didn't really know what was anything. But with him, it was just, she's a slave, whatever. Just one more to the torture pile. Everyone was utterly terrified to fight back against Barnier. They would just as soon take their own lives. Hardly a day in, the plan already seemed to have hit a wall. A full week I spent trying and failing to convince a single soul to assist in the revolt, just as I was beginning to fear it might not work after all. Shoot, I think this guy's important. We need to talk. Come with me. He was a tall, muscular slave who spent most of his time doing physical labor. Despite the poor conditions, he seemed to be keeping himself in rather good shape. Unlike the other slaves, his eyes weren't filled with fear and resignation. It wasn't hope I saw in them either. Rather, they looked like the eyes of a bloodthirsty wolf. His unkempt, greasy blonde hair only served to amplify the primal impression he gave off. Between that and the faint cocky smile, this cocky smirk visible on his lips, he more resembled the head of a gang of ruffians than a slave. I wasn't sure if it was entirely wise to accompany him anywhere, but against my better judgment and with far too little information, I followed the man to the Great Hall. Yeah, that doesn't look like someone who's being drained of blood. He might be one of the other slaves or something. There were about a dozen or so nobles and upperclassmen and women clustered around the hall. The air was filled with the scent of aromatic herbs. It wasn't long before I realized they were meant to mask the smell of blood. A large table was lined with plates stacked with piles of glistening dark red meat. Noblemen sneered at us with wet lips as we entered the room. The contrast between the nobles' practiced graceful mannerisms and the grotesque feast of which they were partaking was so bizarre, I simply stood there aghast. Contrast between... there was no room for anger to form. The Lord stood on the platform, like a small stage at the far end of the room.
Oof. Are you the slave who offered to be the day's entertainment?
The buff man nodded, dropping down to one knee. What does he mean by entertainment? Surely you've heard... you've tired of merely inflicting pain on helpless slaves. Would you by chance be interested in something a little more exciting? Could you be any more disrespectful? Lord Barnier, you would do best to rid yourself of barbarians such as him.
There, give the poor man a break. You can't expect an uneducated slave to be properly versed in the ways of polite society.
What?
Elaborate, slave.
Me and him, we duel, right here, right now. What? You seriously think we haven't already pit slaves against each other numerous times by now? That's all. Tell me, were they as vigorous as the two of us? Young and chomping at the bit. Well, if all you want to see is a couple of half-dead slaves limply flailing at each other, then help yourselves. You're not gonna find many here what can give you a fight with some real oomph, you know? Hell, half the slaves here would probably keel over with just a little shove. So I figured you might be up for a little change of pace. Barbarian like me. Whoa, I never agreed to this. Oh, suck it up, you're a slave. Since when did you have the right to agree to anything? Ugh.
You make a compelling argument. Gratian, was it?
Lord knows my name. I'm honored.
I only remember because you came very highly recommended. The slave trader said you were destined from a line of warriors that made a name for themselves fighting in the ancient Colosseum.
Oh, maybe he's like a recent one.
The slave trader... I had assumed he was exaggerating. Perhaps there was some truth to it after all.
Who can say? Couldn't tell you about my ancestors. What I can tell you is I just love a good duel. Born in the Colosseum, descended from gladiators. I'm supposed to go one-on-one against him?
Very well. Guards, bring these 2 swords.
Oh no. Shit. What is he hoping to accomplish? To win Barney's favor? I guess I'll just have to hope I can catch him by surprise as soon as...
Hey kid, listen up.
What?
Eyes forward. Keep it down. Listen carefully, don't get any wise ideas, got it? Just go along with it, everything's on the level.
What are you scheming?
We'll find out soon enough.
Assuming you can handle a sword anyhow. What? Oh, we're gonna stab him! 2 guards approached us, each carrying a longsword. It was heavier than I expected, and it felt awkward in my hands. Both of our blades were badly chipped, clearly old and battle-worn. Of course, they wouldn't give us new quality weapons to a pair of slaves, but a sword was still a sword. Beaten though they may have been, I still had to be careful, or I'd be dead before I ever got the slave revolt off the ground. That said, I'd survived this long in the slums. I wasn't completely helpless, and I had experience with a dagger. Though I wasn't sure how much help that would be now. A longer 2-handed weapon still felt awkward in my hands. As I squinted at the blade's hilt and adjusted my grip, trying to familiarize myself with the feel of it, Barnier took a seat, readying himself to spectate. That's when I caught sight of what lay hidden at the back of the stage. What? I stood there, staring agape, completely forgetting I was but moments from a duel with a man twice my size. At the back of the stage was what looked like an altar, draped in a thick white sheet. Stained red. Atop it sat a young girl, covered in gashes. Her head was drooped, so I couldn't see her face. Judging from her size, I didn't think she could be more than 10 years of age. Some wounds were older, and had already been scabbed over. Some were swollen, bright red protrusions on her pale skin. Some were oozing pus, others were so fresh they were still bleeding. It was difficult to find a part of her body that wasn't cut. Hey, what do you think you're doing to that girl? I don't care who you are. No one deserves that. Even as I shouted at the Lord, the girl remained motionless. She seemed unconscious. Not dead yet, but it wouldn't be long.
Morgana. Silence, Kerr. I don't recall giving you permission to speak. Or if you'd rather lose your head right now, continue on as you are.
Ugh. Damn despot.
Now go on, get started. Give us a show befitting of this grand affair.
Fighting my urge to snap back at him, I turned to face a slave named Gratian. The other guests lined the walls, whispering among themselves, speculating about the potential victor. The crowd was so overwhelmingly in Gratian's favor. Absolutely no surprise they didn't even bother taking bets.
What do you mean, Gratian? Please wait!
Try not to go down in one blow, kid.
But hold on, what's the point of this? Slowly, Gratian lowered into a crouch. The next second, he leapt at me like a tiger. There was an audible whoosh. Before I even had the time to gasp, he was mere inches away. What choice do I have? I swung my sword up, catching Gratian's blade mid-descent, attempting a parry, but there was far more weight in his strike than I had expected. The impact caused my hands to sting painfully and my knees to buckle. I clenched my teeth, trying at the very least to hold my ground. Gratian barely gave me time to recover, let alone strike back, before launching into a second attack. He handled the longsword so effortlessly, swinging it through the air in such impressive, perfect arcs. I could hardly believe we were both using the same weapon. I twisted out of the way, not quite in time. The tip of his blade skimmed the skin of my neck. And then, not even giving me a chance to catch my balance, he thrust his blade at me. While I managed to deflect the attack just in time, I wasn't able to follow through. Meanwhile, a wide mocking smirk spread across Gratian's face. He seemed to be having the time of his life.
Come on, kid. You're gonna have to do better than that if you want to keep your head.
Ugh. I rattled off several insults in my head. Unlike him, I couldn't spare the energy to put them into words.
Pick it up, boy.
Ugh. God damn it, Gratian, please. I thought you were a friend.
God damn.
Tell you, that all you got, kid? I thought you'd have a little better.
Shut your damned mouth! I was stuck on the defensive. With every strike, he pushed me farther and farther back. I was almost up against the wall. I thought he said this was part of some plan. Was he just trying to get me to let my guard down? He's conspiring with the Lord. He must be. Why challenge me to a duel, though? Did someone spill word of the plan to him? Heck!
Come on, give your best shot, boy.
Yes, very funny. You know damn well I'm barely managing as it is.
Gotta at least try. Don't want to put your audience to sleep now, do we?
Ugh. Even the bones in my forearms are starting to sting. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up.
Yo, let me show you how it's done.
Ugh. God, I can't get a damn inch on him. Much more of this and I'll be up against the wall. I'm dead if I don't go on the offensive. Ugh. Now was my last chance while I've still got breathing room. Hey, big guy, you may think you have the advantage, but not for long.
Huh, that's rich, coming from a guy who can't even get one swing in on me.
Ugh. It was all a trick to get your guard down. I've been saving this one just for you, meathead. Oh shit! Good luck dodging it. With that hulking body of yours!
That's more like it. Let me have it, kid. I hopped backward a couple of paces until my heel was pressed up against the wall.
There was no backing down. Not anymore!
Breathing heavily, I lifted my blade, pointing it at Gratian. He pointed his in turn, a cocky grin plastered on his face.
And then, I kicked off the ground hard, sending me flying towards him.
My sword held down near the waist,
His above his head. And then,
whoosh! He whipped, his blade ripping through the air just over my head. The mere force of the gale created by his swing was so intense. For a brief moment, I thought he might have knocked my head clean off my shoulders. I was still breathing. Despite the exhaustion, my mind was incredibly clear and focused. I hadn't swung up at him, but slid across the floor.
your back's wide open.
I lurched to my feet, spinning around, swung my sword at his neck with everything I had.
What?
My would-be grand comeback was deflected from behind without a bat of an eye. Hardly a wimpy deflect for that matter. My hands felt like they were on fire. A little bit on the dirty side, that was, but hey, not half bad, kid.
Damn it.
Just a little more oomph to that swing and you might have landed it. Too bad, too bad.
I don't stand a chance against him head on. He's not one to fall for the same trick twice.
He's a fighting boy and we're not. We're a thinky boy.
I need a new plan.
Back against the wall, with ya.
Son of a... Ugh.
What's the matter, kid? That all you got? After all that talk, I was expecting a little more from you.
Ugh. He's got me completely under his thumb. I'm dead if I don't do something, but I can barely lift my arms anymore. It's getting harder to breathe. My vision's going blurry.
No!
I can't die yet. Not here, not now, not to this damn brute. There has to be something. An opening I'm not seeing. Anything. Some way to turn the tables. Am I imagining it? Did I react that quicker than usual? Is he doing what I think he's doing?
Oh shit! Our thinky stuff's turning on again!
Patterns were forming in my mind. I'd been through this routine so many times now, my body instinctively knew what came next. I'd parried his strike entirely by reflex. I wasn't so full of myself
as to think it was a sign I was gaining the upper hand. As much as I loathed to admit it, he had every imaginable advantage over me. I should have realized what he was doing sooner, but I'd been so focused on keeping my head detached and my sword in my hand, I didn't have the spare mental capacity to see beyond that. He was in complete control. The only reason I was able to keep up with him was because he was letting me. He was repeating the same sequence of attacks again and again. If I'm right, then next, he'll come from above. Oh shit! Oh-ho! Right in the money. Clang, like the pealing of a bell, echoed through the hall as our blades collided. It was a much cleaner, more satisfying sound than they had made when I was struggling to keep up. I still don't know what he's scheming. I'm not going to throw away this chance to win back some ground. Sparks flew with each clash of our swords. Gratian's smirk grew wider. I could hear murmuring bubble up in the gallery as the tides turned. Cheering, cursing, confused gasps. Before long, the sound seemed to grow distant. It was just me and Gratian in a bubble of silence. Not even the sound of metal striking metal. My heavy breathing, the stomping of our feet, the distractingly loud pounding of my heart, the blood pumping through my veins. It all whisked away into nothing. Every one of my senses were focused on exactly two things: the image of our swords cutting clear arcs through the air, and Gratian's intent. And that's it. That's it, next overhead. He whispered so quietly that by all rights I could have never heard it, because his intentions came through loud and clear. As if being controlled by that voice, I swung my sword down. After about a half-dozen such clashes, we locked blades and had a brief shoving match before putting a little distance between each other. Then we went at it again. To the audience, it would have looked like a fierce battle to the death, but it felt more like we were dancing than anything. Well, he was dancing. I was merely following his lead. Oh shit! That was his plan. Whatever his plan was. I had no choice but to dance to his beat. The only thing improvisation would get me is a sword through the heart. Meanwhile, sticking to the plan, I had nothing to worry about. No reason to fear his sword might go off course. After several more fierce clashes, we got in close again. We were both breathing pretty heavily by that point. I was drenched in sweat. Felt like I'd collapse right then and there if I loosened up for even a second. Gratian tossed a glance off to the side for the briefest of moments.
Hi, Amiri.
His lips came together, curling up into a smile. Listen up. 3 paces back, then charge. Swing down as hard as you can, put everything you got into it. As soon as I signaled my acknowledgement, Gratian parried my sword off to the side. 1, 2, 3 paces back, then I gathered my strength into my legs. I crouched, like he had the beginning of the duel, envisioning myself as a tiger ready to pounce. Then, we leapt at each other in perfect sync. Oh shit! What? A harsh sound of metal striking metal, more piercing than anything else up to this point. For a heartbeat, the world went white. Then the whoosh of something ripping through the air. It wasn't for another second or two that I realized what had happened. Breathing heavily, I looked down at the sword in my hand, only to find half of it missing. Oh shit, Gratian's blade appeared to have snapped as well. The gallery began buzzing. Oh shit, they're gonna get better swords! They're gonna get better swords to continue the duel, and they're gonna kill everyone! That's smart! Heck! They're right, how dreadfully dangerous! Meh. Huh. A perverse grin spread across Gratian's lips. I finally understood what he had been scheming. He wanted the swords to break. He wanted it to look like an accident, hoping that, when the shattered blades went flying, a noble or two would be caught in the crossfire. That explained the whole song and dance, why he had us hitting each other's blades in the same spot again and again. He's a big thinky boy! Heck! How the hell would you ever expect that to work? He was relying on luck. That said, if the fight had gone on much longer, I don't think I would have lost it. Me neither. One sec, I gotta BRB. Okay, I'm back. Whew, let's continue this whole weird plan thing. His plan seemed to have gone about as well as you could reasonably expect. One piece landed near Barnier, the other embedded in the table. That's fine by me. I'd rather avoid causing any more of a scene before the actual revolt. Not that I would be opposed to seeing any of these madmen skewered. Gratian wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, and surveyed the room. And as obviously outclassed as he was by all the nobles, he still seemed much larger than anyone else in the room. He took a few moments to catch his breath, then sauntered over to the center of the great hall, taking another good look around the room before saying, "Apologies for the disturbance, my lord. While ordinarily a duel is supposed to end with someone dead, it looks like that's out of the question today. Mayhap you can reschedule, or put on another show in a day or two if you'd like." Vanya seemed less than pleased with the outcome, considering how rattled his guests were. He couldn't press the matter either.
Very well. I believe you two deserved a reward for such a fine show.
Oh? What kind of reward?
One I'm sure you'll be quite pleased with. The leftovers from today's feast. Gourmet cuisine the likes of which you mere slaves could only dream of getting your dirty hands on.
You mean those bleeding scraps of mystery meat?
Worry not, there's pork in there. Does your religion prohibit you from eating pig?
I gave up on religion long ago. I'm fine with eating meat. Most meat, anyway.
I'll have the other slaves bring it down this evening, then. Now the show's over, be gone with you.
Gone we be, my lord.
I'm still concerned about that girl, but there's nothing I can do for her right now. Hopefully she lasts long enough for the revolt, but with wounds like that. Hey kid, pick your beat ass up and let's get out of here. Oh. I'm not beat, thank you very much. Who are you trying to fool when you're wheezing up a lung? Getting huffy about it only makes you look more pathetic. Piss off, you inhuman monster. Ah, hey, this is a Jacobo I know. Aha! Now do have a wonderful day, ladies and gents. Once we were out of the hall and in the corridor, I took several deep breaths, finally letting loose some of the tension that had built up within me. Yeah, for, however long. As we made our way through the corridors, the sound of nobles laughing and chattering away amongst themselves faded into nothing. Back to the plan. I don't know! Listen, sometimes I'm like, what do I do for these people? I've tried to make him Kaito-y, but I was like, he's not Kaito, so I can't do it. We headed to the rather barren waiting room, where slaves without assignments were kept. In essence, it was a human closet. I looked up at Gratian, who was standing beside me. I had about a dozen things I wanted to say to him, but I couldn't organize my thoughts into words. I simply shrugged and pursed my lips. Yeah, that was a shame. Huh? What was a shame? You were hoping to kill at least one of the nobles when the swords broke, weren't you? Haha, if only. I'm not that skilled, hell no. You could have fooled me. Let me try. If anything, I'd say we're lucky it went as well as it did. It's a damn good thing they gave us their old crusty swords, or we'd never manage to break them at all. If not to skewer one of the nobles, why'd you go to such a lengths at all? Well, because otherwise we'd have had to fight to the death, of course. No, that's not what I'm... Of course, we both know who'd be standing here then. Oh, the food! As much as I hate to admit it, he has me beat in almost every category. For God's sake, how do you even get that good with a sword? Is it hereditary or something? What if I'm trying to figure out... what I'm trying to figure out was your ultimate objective in this whole facade. Why challenge me to a duel at all? You're planning a revolt, aren't you, kid? What does that have to do with anything? Just answer the question. Denying it will only delay the inevitable. No point in that. I'm fairly certain he's not on the Lord's side, at least. If he was just trying to win the Lord's favor, I can't imagine the duel would have ended the way it did. I can probably trust him. Yes, I am. I need the other slaves' help to pull it off. But the little drones have been sucked of all their fight. You can't get anyone on board. Why even ask the question if you already know the answer? Hey now, no need for the lip, kid. I brought it up because I'm trying to tell you that I'm in. You're in? Excuse me? What about anything you've done today would make me think you're in? Bear with me for a sec and put yourself in the other slaves' places. Some dick they never met before shows up out of the blue saying, "Oh, I've organized to have you all set free. I need your help to do it." You think they're gonna buy into it? Fair enough. But it is true I have people outside. Don't matter. You could be lying through your teeth and it wouldn't change a damn thing. All that matters is whether they think you're worth getting behind. Oh. I see your point. These slaves have been driven to the very depths of despair. Boop, 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 boop. They need someone charismatic enough to pull them out of the pit before they can be sparked to take any sort of action. Before infiltrating, I imagine it would be much simpler. It would seem that was rather naive of me. That was a whole lot of words to say the same thing as I just said. Forget your fancy metaphors. It all boils down to this. Do they think you have a chance of pulling it off? Yes or no? These people, they don't got the energy to get all philosophical. They go with their gut. And the quickest way to their gut? Show them you're strong. Ah, I'm starting to understand what the duel was for. The other slaves already know of your prowess. So if I were to fight on the same level as you, then they'd be willing to hear you out, exactly. Whoa there, kid. Why the sigh? You trying to blow this place down? You could have easily accomplished that without putting on the damn show in front of the Lord and putting my life in danger. Wasn't just the other slaves, kid. What do you mean? I wanted to make sure you weren't some yellow-bellied pissant. That you're actually capable of doing what you promised. Now that I know you got a semi-functional spine, I'm willing to help you out with the revolt. Semi-functional, huh? Well, I'm glad I didn't disappoint you then. Given my performance back there, I couldn't blame you if you deemed me beyond hope. Give yourself a little more credit, kid. While I'm pretty sure the stories about my ancestors being gladiators are exaggerated, I did participate in a few death games myself before I ended up here. You should consider it a badge of honor that you fought a brute like me and lived to tell the tale. Oh. I was under the impression the church put an end to gladiatorial games. Oh, right. It went underground. Rules may change, not the people. All's a market for blood sports. Then yada yada, got sold to the Lord, and here I am. That probably explains what he meant when he said he had given up on religion. So what's your story, kid? My money's on some rich aristocrat what got in his head. He wanted to play hero and stop the big bad Lord from being mean to the slaves. What the hell gave you that idea? You strike me as more a prissy rich boy than a ruffian at all. Oh, a prissy rich boy. I mean in the future, yes. I come from the slums. Well, technically not. Okay, you know what? No, I'm not just some upper-class punk playing hero. Now a fact. Well, color me surprised. You sure don't talk or act like any of the slum boys I know. Probably because... Nothing. Now I'm even more curious, damn it. It's because he wants to see the world and he's probably like looking up books and shit. Honestly, it's not that interesting. I promise. Forget I said anything. It's because I want to be able to blend in when I eventually leave the slums. I knew it. He doesn't need to know that. I only just met him. Whatever you say, then. In that case, how about we do some proper introductions, huh? Name's Gratian, which you should already know. Nice meeting you, kid. Jacopo. Very glad to have your support, Gratian. Don't mention it. I've been wanting to make the scumbags eat dirt myself. This is the perfect chance. Oh, right. One more thing I wanted to ask. What? How old are you? Excuse me? Is that relevant to anything? Jeez, kid. Someone really needs to teach you how to shut up and answer a question. I'm 19. Oh, thank God, I'm 20. Now I don't have to feel like an ass for calling a kid. Oh. I'm only a year younger. That hardly makes me a kid. A year's a long time, kid. Now that I've got that off my shoulders, I can put my all into helping your revolt. I'm starting to wonder if I even want this guy's help. Yes, we do. Once I had Gratian on board, it was remarkable how quick the rest of the slaves were to join in. They knew him, they respected him. That respect went a long way towards improving my own standing. As far as they were concerned, I had fought Gratian and managed to hold my own. The big man was right. It wasn't a clever plan or a moving speech that these people needed to put the light back in their eyes.
It was a show of strength. Over the next few days, as Barnier and his guests indulged themselves, word of the plan quietly spread beneath the surface. I started to see the signs of life for the first time since I arrived. The majority of the slaves were emaciated and weak. There was a good possibility the guards would kill many of them. Still, I urged on any who hesitated by saying, "If you choose to stay, you're guaranteed to be killed eventually." It was true, to be sure, but in essence, I was threatening them. Help would be left behind to die. That was enough to convince them to grab onto the thread of hope I was offering, however frail it may be. We chose the 13th day of the banquet to commence the revolt. Waiting until almost the end of the party's usual 2-week duration gave us a slight tactical advantage. Naturally, Barnier's guests did not attend without their own protection. After being made to watch over 2 weeks of debauchery, the guards would start getting exhausted. They would stop caring. And that was exactly what we needed.
Aw shit, here we go!
Hey there, Jacopo. Everything good to go on my end? We can give Lord Asshole what's coming whenever you're ready. Thank you. I appreciate all your help. Whoa there, kid! Save the thanks for after we get out of here with our heads still attached. Fair enough. And how about this? If we both survive, I'll take you to the best pub in the slums. As long as there be pretty ladies, count me in. There's one I can introduce you to if you don't mind your girl's headstrong with a little bit of bite.
Is that who I think it is?
Tough and pretty. Now that I can get behind. I spent so long surrounded by all these half-dead drones that I could sure stand for some good-natured abuse right about now. Oh. Good-natured might be a bit of a stretch. Rub her the wrong way and you'll find yourself short of a pair of jewels. I think I'll pass on that one then. They're starting the revolution. And now they're talking about maybe day-toing Maria. I don't care how much of a look she is, I ain't ready for her to be my last. How about this then? I tell you what I'm looking for. You have someone picked out for me by the time this is all over. Flexible on the looks, but slender and short are a must. Meaty girls ain't really my type. Blonde hair and blue eyes are a plus, but it ain't a deal breaker. I like him to be a bit... slow down there. You got your head way too far up in the clouds if you think you're gonna find your ideal wife at a brothel in the slums. Hey now, how do you expect me to give this my all, without something to look forward to on the other side? I suppose it's a decent motivator. See? You get me, haha. Now, on to business. You ready to do this? I've been ready, kid. Just waiting for the word. That's about as good as an answer as I could have hoped for. Before we begin, I want to go over the plan one last time. After you've secured weapons from the armory, you take command of the other slaves to go open the gates. Maria's not a good motivator. Yeah, that's why he was like, maybe not. While you're doing that, I'll signal to my people outside, then cause a diversion. As long as we don't make too much noise, the Lord and the other nobles shouldn't realize anything is amiss until we're on top of them. As soon as the gates are open, you head for the Great Hall, where we'll rendezvous. We crash the party while the Lord and his friends are distracted. My people will lead the slaves to safety. Then we wipe up all the shiny things we can carry and get our asses high hell out of here. Right, can't forget the valuables. Huzzah! I'm getting all sorts of fired up! Don't you trip and fall on some god's sword before we even get to start our fun, you hear me? Huh, same to you. Well then, let's get going. May fate be on our side. Damn right!
Aw yeah! Here we go! Beat up all these nobles!
Hey, what do you think you're doing? You're not supposed to be here. Get back to...
Oh, stay back! Don't make me kill you! Wait, stop!
Get hecked. You're up. Come on, draw your bloody cards already.
Don't rush me, I'm thinking. On with it. It's almost lunch. Ugh. If I hold this and throw away these, then I could take 2 cards from my deck and blah blah blah. I've heard that so many times, but I still don't. Yeah, they did discuss plans, but it's like, don't worry about it too much. Huh? Yeah, that sounds like something's happening downstairs. Quit trying to distract me. I ain't letting you run off with that pot like last time. No, I'm serious. Wait, something's going on down there. Oh, it's probably just slaves getting beat or whatever. How are you not used to that by now? I don't know. Something feels off to me. I'm gonna go check it out. Don't even think about messing up with the cards while I'm gone. I won't. Hurry back. Ain't no bonus for giving a rat's ass, so it beats me what he's so eager about. God, I wish I could have gotten hired at a place that paid a little better. Am I seeing things? I swear I just saw something move. Oh shit! You, on the wall! Get down from there! What do you think you're doing? You're not supposed to... Rip! Yep, you just changed from being a watchman to a guardsman. Put the knife away before I...
Huh. You're up here playing cards and you have the nerve to call yourself a guard? I expected resistance to be light, but not this bad. I should take care of this and get out of here before the other one returns. It's amazing how much better a knife feels in my hand than a sword. So much easier to handle. It's not much help if they manage to draw on me first. Maybe I'll ask Gratian to teach me how to use a sword if we both make it through the day. I hate the idea of giving him any more reason to claim superiority over me, but I can't think of anyone better than him. Keeping an eye on my surroundings, I climbed up on the watchtower. I could hear shouting in the distance. Seems Gratian was doing his job. Oh shit. I pulled a brightly colored cloth from my pocket and affixed it to the highest point in the tower. As it began flapping in the wind, I turned my attention toward a hill in the distance. A group of tiny dots emerged from behind a rock formation, heading this way. I let out a sigh of relief. Next up, time to make some noise.
Oh, back up! We need backup! The slaves are revolting! Revolting? Are you serious? What do you think you're carrying that damn sword for? You shouldn't need backup, just put them down! Yeah, but there's like a bunch of them. They're not messing around either. They're stampeding right towards us. They don't care how many of them die. One of them's practically a giant!
Oh, quit pissing yourself over a bunch of damn slaves. Who cares about how big one of them is? They're not armed, just...
B? Behind you!
Huh? Rip. Huh. Sorry to disappoint you, but we are armed. Maybe you should have considered posting another couple of guards in front of your armory.
Eek! There he is! There he is!
Come on, little man. Let's see what you got.
Ah!
You're no fun! Anywho, get these gates open, boys.
Yeah!
Ooh, I take it those are Jacobo's people. Kid actually did his job instead of booking it the hell out of here. Good on him. Of course, that's exactly what I was gonna do if I didn't see his people when we opened the gates. Guess he actually is good for his word. Which means I'm sticking through to the very end.
Oh yeah!
Hey, take out as many of those bosses as you can on your way in. And be thorough. We want a clean escape, and we don't want to give him a chance to surround us. Keep at it. Don't let him get organized. If we fuck this up, the ass pipe, it's a gallows for all of us. You need a weapon, grab a rock, a vase, a fucking decapitated head, anything you can find. Gratian, how are things progressing? Smooth as a baby's behind. Your reinforcements are here, making right good work of the gods, getting as many slaves out of here as they can. Glad to hear it. Then let's head down to the Great Hall. Aye, let's.
I'd like nothing more than to rip the Lord's head off right off his shoulders. The point is not to kill the Lord. It's to just deal enough of a blow that he stops throwing so many damn banquets. For now, anyway. Oh, what if I trip and my sword just happens to run him through? I'd rather you didn't, if at all possible. But whatever happens, happens. Haha. Alright, let's do this. Yeah.
Oh no.
Is it just me, or is it unnaturally noisy in there? Did some of the others beat us to it, maybe? Far as I know, we're the first ones here. I guess we'll find out. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Chaos reigned over the manor. But the chaos in the hall where the Lord held his banquet was of a slightly different flavor. Oh, this is when Morgana went all... A buzz filled the room. Noble men and women murmured, shuffling backwards, putting distance between each other, tossing goblets to the ground. As Gratian had suspected, we were the first ones there. Why was everyone so tense? Whatever the cause of disturbance, it seemed it was at least partially to thank for things proceeding so smoothly. The question is, what is happening here? Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of the Lord. He stomped over towards the far end of the hall. Sitting atop the makeshift altar was the same young girl I had seen a week prior. For a brief moment, relief came over me at the knowledge she was still alive. That relief quickly morphed into dread.
You.
He unlocked the shackles binding the girl. Too weak to hold herself up, she fell forward into a slump, her long burgundy hair fanning out around her limp body. And then...
You're a damned witch wearing a saint's skin.
The Lord raised his sword high above his head. Gratian, I'll be borrowing that. What? Hey! You little son of a...
What?
I hurled Gratian's longsword for the Lord, knocking his blade from his hands. Two swords rattled to the ground. I tossed my gaze to the girl for a split second. She was very clearly out of it, but she seemed to be breathing. Finally realizing a pair of slaves had just burst in on them, the noble's panic swelled. One of them started shouting for the guards. Well, fuck me sideways. There goes any chance we had a surprise attack. Damn it all. We're the perfect distraction, too. Ah, to hell with it. Get in here, boys. Yeah. Oh, wait a sec. I need my sword first. Next second, the room was enveloped in a cacophony of shouting and screaming and clanging. Most of the nobles carried swords, but very few actually seemed to have an idea how to use them. The majority scrambled for the back exit.
You insolent worm. Who do you think I am? To threaten your lord is to slight God.
Huh. Ever the cocky bastard, I see. Tell me, do you have any idea what's happening right now?
Silence, Kur. You will regret ever defying me.
Huh. Nothing's more original, you third-rate fairy tale villain. Question mark? I was the one who had said the Lord's death was not part of the plan. Yet there I was, going straight for him. Gratian was absolutely right. The Lord had been distracted with the girl when we arrived, but I'd thrown away that advantage. I'd seen God knows how many slaves killed in hardly 2 weeks' time. Adding another body to the pile shouldn't have fazed me one bit. Logically, there was no reason for me to care. I couldn't just leave her. Of course, now that I'd picked a fight with the Lord, I had no choice but to follow through to the very end. I dashed for the Lord, scooped up one of the dropped swords, and swinging it down on him. My blade cut through nothing but air. I had assumed he would be a pushover, another noble obsessed with money and power, helpless to defend himself. There's no hiding the look of shock on my face. Damn, he can move. Vanya slid out of range, swiping the remaining sword off the ground, and whipping it through the air with practiced grace.
Perhaps you should have saved the snide yapping for when you have the skill to back it up, insignificant Kur.
Huh, we'll see if you still feel the same way when I'm through with you. I closed the gap. We clashed. He swung, I parried. steel and steel ripped through the hot air, carving ephemeral silver arcs in empty space. Our blades locked.
What are you hoping to accomplish with this revolt? What's your endgame?
My endgame? To get out of this hellhole, be free from slavery once and for all.
I have my doubts about whether you ever were a slave at all. No matter. Why attack me? Listen, I don't have enough. I'm not giving him a problem. He gets the Monokuma voice. He gets a Hisao voice. I don't give a shit. What do you care about the girl? What do you have to gain from saving her?
He's right. I have nothing to gain from rescuing the girl. All I've accomplished is making this whole process needlessly messy. That said, do I need to have something to gain? Are you saying I should just sit back and watch as you murder an innocent little girl? I was angry. I thought I'd do something about it. Nothing more, nothing less. Is that really so hard to understand?
Nothing more than a childish hero complex. Just the answer I would have expected from a foolish little boy with his head in the clouds.
Excuse me?
You're a puny worm, powerless to truly save anyone. You merely want to help the girl so you can pat yourself on the back and pretend you did a good deed. You simply want an excuse to be proud of your worthless self. Look at her. The girl's hardly even breathing. She'll be dead soon enough, with or without my help.
And who do you think is to blame for that? You don't have any right to judge the value of her life.
My role in this is irrelevant. Was saving a dead girl part of the plan? It wasn't, was it? You diverged from the script to rescue a girl whose life is of no worth to you whatsoever, also you can momentarily feel good about yourself. That misstep will be the downfall of you, worm. No, I just realized Jacopo started saying worm too when he became the Lord. Enough. I'll put you back in the ground where you belong.
Ugh. Not a chance. Goddamn, for a flamboyantly dressed asshole, he sure can fight. There's not nearly as much force behind his swings as Gratian, but he's quick. I can barely keep up, let alone react.
I hope you can enjoy eternity in hell. You have plenty of time to reflect on your lapse in judgment.
Damn it. I can't let this bastard kill me when we're so close to succeeding. I need to keep my cool. Yes, he's got me beat in agility, but Gratian's a much more skilled swordsman than him. I can handle this. Ugh.
Oh! Sheer determination can only mask a lack of skill for so long, boy. Look at yourself. You're out of breath, and that sword you're flailing around is getting heavier and heavier.
Shut your mouth, damn it. I've hardly even broken a sweat. I swear to God, I will have your head.
Ah!
Lord Barnier! Lord Barnier! Your escape has been secured, my lord!
It seems our fun is over. Be grateful you're still breathing, Kerr.
Hey, wait! We're not done yet!
No!
Get back here, goddamn you! I meant to go after him, but in an instant, a wall of guards had formed between us. Traces of fear were visible in most of their eyes. Even exhausted as I was, I could have probably made it through. Before I could so much as consider attempting to give chase. I caught a glimpse of the girl, limp and covered in gashes, causing me to come back to my senses. What's gotten into me? There's no point going after him. The slaves have been freed from and his valuables plundered. The plan was a huge success. What I should be concerned with now is getting myself out of here. I need to stay focused. I took a moment to survey the hall, reevaluate the situation. Things had progressed somewhat since I'd got it in my head to go after the Lord. Most of the slaves were gone, or many of them were gone. The guards were beginning to mobilize. They were better equipped, trained, and more fit than us. We were, for the most part, fueled entirely by determination and righteous anger, which would only go so far in direct combat. Gratian was probably the only one on our side with any sort of real training. One man was not enough to win this fight, especially now that our main advantage, surprise, was exhausted. Hey, Jacopo, if you're all finished with your business, I'd really like to get the hell out of here. I may be a badass, but I ain't a god.
Right, yeah. Sorry for the holdup. Before regrouping with Gratian, I knelt before the girl. Hello. Can you stand? Hello, can you hear me? I gently shook the girl by the shoulder. The only response I got was a limp wag of her head. It was clear she was in no condition to walk. I guess I'll have to carry her, I thought, and made to pick her up. When I saw her face and gasped, dear God, it was horrific. Unsettling marks covered the young girl's face. Primal repulsion was my first reaction. Shortly thereafter came overwhelming pity. I'd obviously had no way of knowing what kind of life the girl led. Something told me it was far worse than any of the countless children who grew up in the slums, struggling day after day. Hey, get 'em moving! I ain't waiting around! I'm coming. I grabbed the girl's arms, wrapping them around my neck from behind and climbing to my feet. I could feel her breath, faint though it was, in my ear. You hang in there. Then I broke into a dash, leaving the fading panic of the Great Hall behind.
Yay! We've done it! The revolution is finished! And we saved Morgana!
So bright. Light? Am I in heaven? Huh.
I'm sure he won't come back. What?
God damn, she is surprisingly heavy for how little meat she has on her. What, you think she'd get lighter the harder you ran or something? Just ditch the stupid kid. She ain't long for this world anyway. Hell no, I'm not gonna let all that effort facing off against the Lord go to waste. You're one stubborn son of a bitch, you know that?
This is not heaven. Who are these people? Where am I going? Don't have the strength to think right now.
Hey, don't you go dying on me back there. Please, I'm begging you.
I'm so sleepy. Sleep, that sounds wonderful. How nice it would be to fall asleep on such a warm back.
Morgana, no! Oh my god, that was a very intense opening. Ooh. I need to refill my water real quick, actually. I need to BRB. I was drinking so much during that. One sec.
It's fine, because you got this good music. Ooh, woo.
Yay, I'm back.
So at one point during this, I'm gonna have to go and wash my hair.
His motives? What do you mean?
I like how he's devolved into Yaka Derp now. Oh, that? It was kind of like his build up to power was so long, and the whole pretending he was a noble, did not know any like commoners and all that stuff, and the nobles didn't really side with him, so they were looking for any opportunity to really kind of, I don't know, put him down. So it was kind of like any crack. Any crack at that point was all it would take, and he was terrified of that. Which is unfortunate, because the whole reason he did that was because of Morgana. And then that happened. I was like, God damn it, why? Just... why does this happen again? Yeah, we saw that before, and now we have to see it again? Yeesh. Except that was, I guess, the beginning. I feel so bad for Gratian because I don't know what he is. Like, he's just going all over the place. He became Kaito for a second. He became random village dude for a second. It's like, sometimes it's both. Sometimes he's a nobleman. I don't know. Dudes are hot sometimes. They're like big buff dudes. I don't know what to do with them. I'm not a big buff dude, so I don't know. Go for Kaito with a little more grrr. Ugh, we're probably safe here for the time being. We're probably safe here for the time being. So, what next? First, I need to take her somewhere she can get some rest. Ugh, you got nothing in that head of yours except that half-dead girl, do you, kid? What, you fall for her or something? Is that what gets your rocks off? Can you only get up for the ugliest thing in the city? Gratian, please. Big buff dude impression with your girly voice. Excuse you! I don't have a girly voice. What is a girly voice, actually? What does that even- wait, what does that even mean? Not to mention, she can't be older than 10. I like to think of myself as open-minded, but that squicks me, man. Squicks? No, God no, absolutely not. I'm merely concerned for her well-being. Right, course you are. Squicks me. Man, that sure squicks me. Well, everyone's got their king. I swear to God. What I'm wanting to know... it just keeps, like, going there because he has, like, that thing. What I'm wanting to know is, what are you planning to do with all those slaves you just freed? Not even a chance to defend myself. Right. My people are taking care of that. They've made arrangements with several slave traders who have agreed to transport them to other cities. Don't worry about it. After that, who knows? So you set them free and then just abandon them? Obviously. I'm not some rich kid playing hero. I gave who knows how many people the opportunity to change their lives. I think I did a damn good work if you ask me. Fair enough. Can't expect you to give them the world. Setting the slaves... God, it is turning into a surfer voice. Setting the slaves free wasn't even the main objective. You're more perceptive than you look. Damn straight. Anywho, I'm planning to stick around for a bit. You still owe me that night with a pretty lady. In that case, you should head down to the pub. You'll probably find some of my people there. The ones who weren't injured, at least. Aye, aye. As much as I'd like to take her to a real doctor, I probably do best not to show my face in the city so soon, after making a mess of the Lord's manor. If one of his guards were to spot me, it would probably not end well. Which means she is my only hope.
Oh, shit!
It's still the afternoon. We're not open until evening.
It's me, Maria. Let me in.
They just use the same model! Jacopo, you're alive? You have any idea how worried I was? I mean, fucking hell, I haven't slept in 2 weeks.
I'd bet my life that I just woke you.
Oh, shove it. It's a sentiment that counts. Anyway, I'm glad you're... Wait, what the hell is that on your back? A corpse?
She will be one soon if we don't do anything. For the time being, she's still alive.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Stop right there. I have about 1,000 things I want to say right now. Let's start with this. What exactly are you planning to do with her? I mean, she looks like she got mauled by a fucking lion.
I need to stay low for a while. I can't risk showing my face in the city, so I was wondering if you would mind letting her stay here for a while.
Excuse me? Let her stay here?
And if you could look after her while she's here, I would appreciate it.
No. Stop. Time out. I'm not doing anything without an explanation. First of all, who is she and what the hell happened to her?
The Lord was torturing her. I rescued her during the revolt.
Okay, keep going.
That's all there is to it.
That's a pretty pathetic explanation.
I'm telling you, that's all there is to it. What more do you want from me?
So you're telling me you infiltrated the Lord's manor to swipe a half-dead girl you never even met before? You couldn't have gone for, oh, I don't know, something worth actual money. She's just skin and bones. God knows if those wounds will ever heal. Though if she's pretty enough, we might be able to put her to work, I guess. Let me get a quick look at... I have no words. I can't.
Please, Maria. The longer we stand here, the closer she gets to death.
And once she recovers, if she even does, what then? How does she pay for her food? Because she sure as shit can't work here. I'm not sure there's much work she even can do. We're a business, not a charity. If I'm going to be putting time and money into looking after her, I need something in return. She doesn't look like she'll be able to offer much of anything. I can offer some financial assistance. We plundered a decent amount of valuables from the Lord's treasury. Even after we divide everything up, my share should be enough to support her for some time. I don't get it. Why do you care so much?
What, you expect me to just leave her to die? I wouldn't be able to live with myself knowing that I could have done something to prevent it. Well, considering Maria went as soon as she was able to at like 12 or something.
It's pretty messed up.
In one of the books I was reading, it kind of mentioned that a lot of nobles were shipped off and wedded at like really young ages, like 12 and above. And it wasn't uncommon for them to like have kids at like, 13. Although they tended to wait, it was more often than not that they waited until they were 16. Oh yeah, for sure. It's like, definitely a messed up thing. I swear to God, does anyone have a damned heart? Because everyone sure seems hell-bent on letting her die.
What? Whoa, relax, chill. You've lived here long enough, Jacopo. You should know as well as anyone that morals and good intentions aren't enough to help anyone.
I don't care. I want to help her.
Oof.
I didn't... Well, I guess I do know that does happen in a lot of places still, but... Ugh. Really squicks people out still. Are you really trying to make squicks happen?
She can't be older than 10. And her face could very well still heal. I couldn't stand to see her life end like this. Abused and tortured by a madman. It's downright cruel. She deserves better. She deserves to know the world's not all hell and misery.
Oh, fine. Fine, you win, I surrender. I know better than anyone there's no changing your mind once you're set on something. God, you can be such a hothead sometimes.
So, will you help? I love these two's friendship. I think it's really interesting that they went for, like, them being really good friends.
Well, it's not like anyone else is going to. Now, whether she makes it or not is a question of how much that scrawny body of hers is determined to hold on. What are you waiting for? Bring her on in.
Thank you, Maria. I really appreciate it.
Ugh, cut it out with that mushy crap. You're gonna make me spew. Please, just stick it to your usual snippy bitch act. What? I'm gonna get a bath going. Give me a hand. She should be able to get some rest here. Hardly anyone comes back here, even during business hours. I have to say, though, even cleaned up, she is a damn mess. People say the Lord's a twisted bastard, but this is way worse than I imagined. Who would do this to such a young girl? Oh, and for the record, I checked and she is still, chaste, if you would. Get to know the Lord's not that fucked up, I guess. Thank goodness for small blessings. Not that preserving her virginity is a whole lot of comfort compared to what he did do.
Maria, show a little common decency, would ya?
Telling a whore to be decent is like telling a cat to bark.
Well, stop barking, goddammit.
Why my trophy list?
Why do you even think I need to know whether she's chaste or not?
I checked, so I figured I'd mention it.
Keep it to yourself.
You know, for someone who spends so much time in a whorehouse, you sure are easily embarrassed.
What was that?
Oh, nothing.
Besides, the only reason I'm here so much is to help out with business sides of things, not to make use of the facilities.
So you did hear me.
Oh.
Morgana is now a cat.
Hey, Maria.
Oh, is she coming too? Hey there, how are you feeling? Can you see me?
There is a lot of her being a cat because her hood looks very much like cat ears sometimes, so they draw her as cats. Like, there's like bits of where she's like a cat and the white haired girl is like a bunny or something. Because, you know. Yeah. Shit, I should make... Heck. Nothing. Definitely not planning anything. What? No, not me. Not I. I was looking at a bunch of art after I played the game. I'm also on the server, so it's like they post a lot of like really stupid stuff.
Hey there, how are you feeling? Can you see me? I got some warm water if you were up to drinking anything. Still too weak to move on your own, it looks like. That's alright. Hang on, I'll go grab it and help you out. Oh Lord.
Sounds like she just said something.
Of thy mercy cut off mine enemies.
Huh? Enemies?
All them that afflict my soul. Hello? You okay in there? For I am thy servant, O Lord. It's okay. He's not here. We escaped. He can't hurt you anymore.
Of thy mercy.
It's okay.
Destroy all of them. Hey, Kopo, not to be indecent, but I think she might be beyond repair, not just physically.
No need to jump to conclusions. You could simply be disoriented. You're safe. There are no enemies here. No need to be afraid. You'll be feeling better in no time. You just need some rest. The human body is incredibly adept at repairing itself. I'll have some ointment for you soon, too.
You'll what? Ointment? How are you expecting to pay for?
Don't interrupt me, Maria.
Christ.
Just hang in there a little longer. You'll be all better before you know it. If there's anything you need or want, don't hesitate to ask. I'll get you anything within reason. Guess it'll be a bit before you can talk much, huh? Maria, I need to drop by the pub for a bit. I'll get some ointment on my way.
I thought she was gonna be like, butter and toast and tea. I was like, yes, Morgana, I understand you. Shit, I want some jam. We were talking about jam the other day and I didn't buy any and I'm sad. I know, I want some... I don't know if many people do this, but I really love mixing jam and butter together into like this kind of like paste. It's so good. Butterfly. Butterfly brooch. Gone.
Butterfly brooch? What's she talking about? She's seeing things or something. Perhaps. Or maybe the Lord took it from her.
My treasure. Oh, is that why he got that necklace?
Alright, I'll see if I can find it while I'm out. If it's something the Lord took from you, there's a chance it might be in the stuff we looted from his manor. I'll be back later today. You get some rest, okay? Look after her while I'm gone, would you, Maria?
I already agreed. It's not like I can say no. Just remember, I've got work to do. I can't be with her every waking moment.
A room, a warm blanket. You checking in on her every once in a while is more than enough. Thank you. Anyway, I'll be back.
Ciao. Hey, Jacopo.
Yeah.
Don't get in on it over your head, okay?
I won't.
Oh shit!
Then I charged in, my trusty brain held high, cutting off Barnier's lost escape route. Poor bastard straight up and pissed himself, begging and crying for his life. You were never even in the same room as him, you lying scoundrel! I ain't in the details, but his spirit's what matters. I had enough spirit in me to bring the Lord himself to his knees.
Hiya, Phoenix Factory.
Heckin' Paul! Forget this worthless twit. I took out 10, no, 20 of the guards all by myself. Scars on my back is a trophy, proof of my valiant exploits in
I think all the yelling opened the wound again.
The only thing a scar on your back proves is that you turned tail and ran, you little chicken shit.
You tell him, haha. Who are any of these people?
Well, it certainly looks like they're enjoying themselves.
But where's our friendo?
What? An order of cocoa? Man, I really want an order of chicken. Perhaps a little too much, going by how many seems to have drunk themselves comatose.
Don't like go spreading that around too much, because I mean then the Lord will be like, oh, I see. Y'all did that then. We're trying to make it seem like a slave revolt, so like don't make it seem like we did it.
Not that I don't understand wanting to celebrate.
Oh, at last you graced us with your presence. Where the hell have you been? We've been waiting. Word that he made a mad dash for the whorehouse soon as he got back. Haha.
I see how it is. You'd rather celebrate with her than us. Must be nice putting prostitutes before your comrades in arms.
I'm not putting anyone before anyone. An old friend of mine works there, nothing more.
No need to be bashful. You can make up for it by getting your butt over here and drinking with us. You were the star of the show, after all.
The what?
You were the one who infiltrated the Lord's manor. Today wouldn't have been possible without you.
Or... Gratian, that's the thing. Yes.
You did a good job. Everyone here knows it. For the record, I was gonna do it myself, but I decided to let you have the honor. I could have rallied the slaves together in half the time it took you. Tell that to the scar on your back, chicken shit. Ahaha. You tell him. Ahaha.
I see risking your lives hasn't made you three any less unruly. I'm glad you all made it out alive, truly. On that note, do we have any idea of what the casualty numbers look like?
Bunch of wounded, no one dead. Good fortune was on our side. Raw and much skill, you mean? We're the trifecta of terror.
Don't worry about it. The trifecta of twats, more like. Dang. The only reason you and your band made it out unscathed is because we slaves were on the front lines. You have any idea how many we lost?
Gratian!
Hello again. You're looking surprisingly sober. Not drinking, huh?
Just finished my first cask, actually. Let me tell you, these guys are damn lightweights. Hardly even put up a fight.
Uh-oh. So the pile of bodies in the corner is Gratian's doing, then. What on earth is his stomach made of?
So, boys, if you really think you're such hot shit, how about you show me what you're made of? Let's drink. See if you'll live up to your trifecta of tots or whatever the hell it was.
Well, we actually want to take our time drinking, you know? Enjoy ourselves over yonder. Yeah, the wound on my back still hurts if I drink too much besides. You tell him. Godspeed, Jacopo.
Wait! Get back here!
Just like classmate 1, 2, and 3, my favorite characters.
God damn it.
Bunch of pussies. You won't run on me now, will you, kid?
I still have things to take care of. I have to find somewhere to get some ointment, and I'm looking for a missing butterfly brooch as well.
Oh, brooch? You mean this thing?
Yes, that must be it. The girl says it belongs to her. Could I have it so I can give it back?
I don't know. I am the one who found it.
There's plenty more in the loot pile. Why do you care about a worthless scrap of metal?
Oh, I think it looks pretty cute on me, to be honest.
What a load of bull. Fine, I'll bite. What do you want it for?
Ha! I'm glad you asked. Beat me in a drinking contest and it's all yours.
Excuse me. Beat you? You went through an entire cask.
What, we haven't even started and you're already admitting defeat? For the star of the show, you sure are a wuss. Ugh. Guess I shouldn't be surprised. The revolt never would have happened without me. Soon everyone will know who the real star of today's show was. Yours truly.
Fine. If you're so desperate for a playmate, I'm down for your little game. Let me tell you, I hold my liquor quite well, thank you very much. I'll wipe that smug grin off your face and shove it in a barrel of your own vomit. Oh.
Surf's up, dude! That's a fucking spirit. That prissy face of yours will be licking the chamber pot when I'm done with ya.
Hey fellas, Gratian and Jacopo are having a drinking contest.
Gratian? Who the hell's that? Do we have a Gratian? Or right over there, the big fella. He helped with the revolt. Used to be a gladiator or something, I don't know. Gladiator, that still exists. I'm putting my money in Gratian. Bloody traitor, Jacobo's been with us from the very beginning. I'm betting on him. Wow, traitor friends.
Huh, looks like we've drawn quite the crowd. You got yourself an impressive little fan club, kid. When you've been in the slums as long as I have, you get to know pretty much everyone. The more to humiliate you're in front of. Right then, rules are simple. Whoever stays conscious longest wins. Though I doubt it'll be much of a contest. Yeah, you just keep pretending you have a chance. The truth will hit you soon enough. On a count of 3. 3! What? Brr! What's the matter, kid? Looking a little sluggish, and this is only lost 4. Huh. Huh. Look at you. Your eyes are going bloodshot. You're all talk after all. You just keep telling yourself that. Hey, Booze Wedge, keep 'em coming. I could do this for hours. More! Fill her up!
Booze wench.
I was quicker than you that time.
There's a lot to write down, it seems.
Yeah, you're better than you look. But don't you forget, I got a full cask on you. You're running with a handicap. Ha, I'm not the one who challenged you. You're just making excuses for when I beat your ass. Ugh!
Oh shit, we're actually gonna beat Gratian.
Or not. Heck! How many does this make? 10? 20? I've lost count. Throwing in the towel, are you? Oh, shit. What I tell you, step aside, kid. This is a man's world. Are you even hearing yourself? Ugh. I'll show you, stupid prissy flesh killer. I haven't liked you, not for 1 second. What, resorting to childish insults now, are we? I was planning to start a revolt long before you ever showed up. Then you came marching in to glory all for yourself. Fucking, who do you even think you are?
Oh.
Who are you now? Well, I'll have you know, I never liked you either.
Oh no.
Hey, you think that just because you can swing a sword around like a big ape, that makes you better than everyone. Ugh. Well, what the frick did you just say, frick about me, you little punk? You wanna go, eh? You wanna go? If you wanna go, take another drink. Isn't that what we're doing this for, huh? Oh, fuck, that's right.
These idiots.
Fill us up again, bar wenches. Booze wenches. Ugh. 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 The world is spinning. Ugh. Huh, that all you got? Your face is red as a baboon's ass. And you're pale as a fucking corpse. One more round, I'll crush you. You can try.
Excuse me,
What?
Wait.
What? What's your problem? Booze! Where's your booze?
Eek! Please don't be angry with me, but, well, we're all out of everything! Oh! How?
You're what? Go get more. This ain't the only pub in town.
I have! Everyone's out everywhere! What? How are these two not dead?
So, it's a draw? How anticlimactic. Or seriously, what a load of bull.
Oh, he just fell over.
Oh. He's just sleeping. God, he may be the rowdiest man I've ever met.
Oh, is he going to be okay? That looks like it really hurt. We win! Wait, yeah, we win! Heck!
Leave him be. He'll wake up when he needs to piss, probably. Maybe not. And on that note, steals the thing. I'll be in the latrine.
Yeah, probably for the best. This is not as devastating as I thought it would be. Oof. Meanwhile, did he pass out? Wait, I mean, oh, heck. But wait, no! Heck, they shouldn't have called it a draw. Shit. He could have claimed victory. Hiya, Toast. Maria, it's almost time to open up.
Gotcha. I'll be out in a sec. You get some rest, you hear me? I gotta run for a bit, but you shouldn't have to worry about anyone coming back here. There's an urn filled with water in the mess hall if you get thirsty.
Victory Royale! Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Whatever that one was.
You can't hear a word I'm saying, can you? Well, night.
It does, doesn't it? I think it's like a supply place or something.
I entreat you to think long and hard about your actions.
No! I keep thinking about chicken dinners now. No! I want one super bad.
I do technically have chicken curry, though.
Wait a minute.
Oh god, no.
Welcome, daughter of God. You'll be performing miracles for me now.
A man stood before me. There were several young girls in the room. They looked like prostitutes. Some of them might have been boys. Man's clothes were beautiful. His jewelry glimmered in the light. His eyes glimmered too, but with madness, not beauty. He was a lord of the land. I'd been taken from my home. Now I was kneeling before the Lord.
And if you cooperate, I can guarantee you'll live more than comfortably.
Really?
I looked up at the Lord sternly. He was a scary man, but I couldn't let fear stand in my way. I was the daughter of God, his beloved servant on this earth. I had to act according to his will. Miracles are not something to be performed for one single person's benefit.
What?
Miracles are not magic or parlor tricks. They are a precious gift granted to me by my Father in heaven.
I'm glad you like it.
Using his power for personal gratification is a grave sin. I will do no such thing. I entreat you to think long and hard about your actions. Do away with such selfish desires and dedicate yourself to helping with the people. The power you have been given was bestowed upon you by the hand of God. It is not your power. He is merely allowing you to make use of it for a short time. Pride is a sin. Please consider how you conduct yourself.
You're an ignorant, insolent child, aren't you? I bought you. You are my property. You have no right to an opinion.
That is not my opinion. That is the way of the world, as God.
Silence! You're not here to talk. You are here to perform miracles for me and my guests.
The Lord glared angrily down at me. I gulped, biting my lip to keep it from trembling. I steeled myself, fought down every urge to look away.
As I have already told you, I will do no such thing. But the Lord would not hear it. With a sickening laugh, he took a step towards me.
What he will or will not do is my decision, not yours.
No, get your hands off. He grabbed me by the hair and threw me to the hard floor. Ah!
It seems you need someone to show you your place, child. You are my property. You are to do as I say. You are not to talk back or criticize. You are to give everything to me. Your life, your body, your soul, your love, every last thing.
My love and my soul are for my father only, for God. I am no man's property. Oh no.
You call yourself whatever you want. You can still feel pain like everyone else. You still scream. What's a little scratch on the arm anyway? How many times have you cut yourself performing miracles, Saint? Surely you're accustomed to pain by now. Now for the first taste of your so-called miracle blood. I imagine it must be truly exquisite, if what they say about you is to be believed, that your birth brought an end to a terrible drought.
No.
Yes, give unto me your blessing, Saint.
Please, I beg of you, don't do this. I'm begging you, please. My blood was meant for the sick, the poor, the suffering. My miracles were meant for those who needed them. Is this another one of your trials for me, Father? People. There are so many people. They're looking at me and laughing.
Well, well. Good morning, daughter of God. I hope you slept well.
What's going on? What are all these people doing here?
As I told you, you're here to perform miracles for me and my guests.
No. I tried to twist away, but a jolt of pain ran up my arms. Looking down, I saw heavy shackles around my wrists. I was sitting atop a white sheet on what looked like an altar. I was naked. No, why am I...
Now, surely you, the daughter of God herself, are not ashamed of the body your father gave you now, are you? You're not some lowly peasant girl. You're above shame, aren't you?
Oof. What do you think you're doing? This is an act of blasphemy. Lord pressed his hands against my mouth, bringing his face in just inches away from mine.
I would encourage you to not insult my guest, Saint. Your job is to provide them with your blood, not to give sermons.
Placed a knife against my neck. Intense pain jolted through my body.
No tears. Now that's a good girl. It simply wouldn't be the same if you cried and blubbered like a lowly slave or a whore. Dignified and saintly, that's what I need you to be. Brrr.
The Lord brought a goblet up to my neck, filling it with the blood flowing from the gash. He raised it high into the air.
Cheers! A saint's blood and good fortune to all.
And then started passing it around to his guests. Staring hazily out into the crowd, I prayed. Prayed that someone might speak up, might proclaim this to be a terrible affront against the Lord that it was. Might declare that I should be set free, that someone, anyone, would speak against the Lord. What a wonderfully curious item you found yourself with, Lord Barnier. Indeed, you never fail to surprise me, my lord. His wealthy companions had no objections. In fact, they were quite pleased, smiling and laughing with teeth bared. Most of them looked like they'd never gone a day in their lives without a proper meal. And all of them were wearing masks to hide their faces. Unholy Sabbat. A filthy, perverse blood Sabbat. My consciousness began slipping away, not from pain, but despair. I couldn't bear the sight of them, these men and women who didn't fear God, reveling in depravity. They were monsters dressed in fancy clothing. Perhaps they were demons, taking the form of humans. And these were the gates of hell. Morgana. The Lord held such banquets on a regular basis. Every time he did, he drained me of my blood. Before long, my body was covered in scars and gashes. I could hardly even bear to look at my own arms and legs. In some places, I was purple and swollen. In others, my skin seemed to curl back to reveal the raw pink flesh beneath. Everywhere, I was wet and slick with blood. The wounds were far worse, far more hideous than any I'd given myself to help the people of my village. It was gut-wrenching, repulsive. The Lord sometimes had trouble deciding where to cut, not out of a sense of sympathy for me. He simply thought that drawing blood from an untouched area of my body would make it more effective. I remember this line from the main game.
Perhaps I'll use your stomach today, Saint. You should be able to get some nice pure blood from there.
At that point in time, I hadn't been completely stripped of my willpower quite yet. Because my physical restraints prevented me from fighting back, but all my energy into ensuring my spirit did not yield to him. Stop this. Can you not comprehend what you're doing is an affront to the Lord?
I'm free to do whatever I wish with my property. Saint or not, you are no different than any of my slaves.
The Lord is greatly displeased with your actions.
Then use your miracle power to deliver divine punishment on me. Go on. You can do that, can't you?
Your soul will be punished. You may not see the effects now, but you will pay for your sins one day.
Huh, you're not as threatening as you think you are, buck-naked girl. Don't give me that look, girl. I have no interest in taking that from you. You'd be lucky to find anyone willing to lay with a girl covered in disgusting scars.
Why would I? No, I'm not making him likable. No.
Oh, I almost forgot. You need to eat too, don't you, daughter of God? I'm told consuming meat increases the amount of blood your body produces. I've acquired some special exotic meat just for you.
I don't want your meat.
Now, don't be difficult. I can't have you running out of blood on me, so you will eat this meat, even if I have to force it down that tiny throat of yours. Slave boy, get in here. Bring the saint her supper. Hurry up, you worthless worm.
My apologies for keeping you waiting, my lord.
You dare drop the food before your lord, cur. You've ruined my robes.
Oof.
Are you incapable of even carrying a damn plate across the room?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Stop it, please. Does he really deserve to be hit for that?
A slave's sole purpose in life is to serve their master. A slave who cannot follow simple orders deserves whatever punishment I decide they deserve, Saint.
Please have mercy. Don't kill me too. This game is incredibly graphic, so if you're uncomfortable by that, I'm totally fine if you leave. Like there is a warning thing for this. It's not for everyone. I understand that. Just a gentle reminder, this game can get very graphic. Maybe not visually, but at least in what they imply. I beg of you. And I think this one in particular because it's focusing on a very horrific part of the main game. Like, this is one of the most horrific parts of that game. Morgana's whole ordeal is one of the worst bits.
Alright, then this is how we'll handle it. If you eat the meat, Saint, I'll turn a blind eye to the boy's mistake.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll eat the meat. However much you want, I'll eat it. Please do not raise your hand against the boy any further.
Very well.
With a satisfied smirk, the Lord returned the fallen meat to the plate and set it before me. I almost gagged at the stench. It didn't appear to be spoiled. Nonetheless, it was indescribably unpleasant. In no small part, I imagined, because it was raw. Oh.
What's the matter? You said you would eat. Was that simply a lie to stay my hand, daughter of God?
I'll eat it. My hands were still shackled. I had no choice but to bend forward and take a piece into my mouth like a wild animal. I tried to clear my mind, not think about what I was doing. I must have looked. A holy saint of the Lord, unclothed and in chains, gnawing at raw meat like a stray dog. Miserable, disgraceful. Ah, it smells so bad. Never tasted anything like this before. Why? What? Why? What did he do? He? Oh no! Don't tell me it's people meat! I was really hoping it wasn't! Slave boy, still on the floor from the Lord's beating, was looking over at me with vacant eyes. Rather, at the meat. No. No, you wouldn't. This isn't... Is it? He didn't deserve this. No, I would never. I couldn't, no. That's awful.
Well, it you need not to your liking then, Saint. Hear that, slave? The Saint says your brother tastes so bad it makes her wretch. Yes.
No, I didn't know.
But you didn't keep your word now, did you? Listen up, boy. It's a dungeon for you.
No, please, no. Please, no, please.
God, someone shut this worm up and toss him in a dungeon.
Please, no. He's mad. Everyone's completely mad. How can a man like him, a man so twisted and cruel, exist on God's earth? Someone, please get me out of here. Take me away from this place. Anyone. Oh, Father who art in heaven, I pray for you to lead me unto deliverance. Father, your trials, they are much too great. Someone give her a hug. I feel like my brain's been pickled and boozed. My head's pounding. Throwing it all back up helped a bit, but tomorrow's gonna be absolute hell. You were great as always, darling. What do you say we continue the summer a little more private? It's so sweet of you to offer, but like I told you last time and the time before, I can't. It's against the rules. Hey now, we both know the other girls are already having some extra fun on the side. You ask me, I think we'd make good lovers. 'Cause we sure make good love. To tell you the truth, I do kinda like you. Ooh, then you'll
But you're missing one very important thing I require of all my lovers. What is it? What am I missing? Money. Once you got a treasury I can swim in, then we can talk. Till then, we keep it strictly business. God, you really are a cold-hearted bitch. If I were ever see you again. And a wonderful evening to you too, sir. Fucking men, I swear. You act friendly for 10 minutes and they think you want to get hitched.
And, he seemed like a very, pleasant man.
Jacopo! Oh God, don't tell me you saw that.
I did, sorry.
It's no big deal. No skin off my back. And also, holy hell, how much did you drink? You smell like you brought the whole pub back with you.
It wasn't my decision. I wasn't planning on drinking at all.
Really now? Not that it matters. A quick question for you, Jacopo. Wanna be lovers?
Excuse me?
Whoa! Chill, man. Tone it down like 10 notches, would you?
But where did that come from? Do you really? I never realized you felt that way.
Like hell I do, dipshit.
Harsh words.
It's just, I'm tired of going through the same routine over and over and over again. It never stops, no matter how many I turn down. I figure, if people think I've already got someone, it may lose me a few clients. It'll also mean spending less time dealing with guys like him.
You're more than welcome to use my name if you think it'll help. Are you sure that's what you want, though?
What? What do you mean, am I sure?
I just mean, it could come back to bite you when you find someone you actually love.
Someone I actually love, huh? Yeah, I can't see that happening. Ever.
You're still young. Who knows what the future may hold?
I've just got a gut feeling.
Oh.
Yeah, something deep down tells me love just ain't for me. I can't imagine myself ever feeling that way about anyone. It's not something I want either. It just doesn't interest me at all. Never really wanted kids or a family. Hell, even the idea kind of grosses me out, honestly. Not really sure why, if there's even a reason. It's not like something happened to make me this way, or one day I decided, nope, ain't happening. All that shit just isn't for me, plain and simple. You know, sometimes a couple of girls will come up to me and say, you should find yourself a nice man, Maria. I know they mean well, but it's frustrating. I don't want to deal with it. I mean, I mostly tune that kind of talk out automatically now, but still. Jeez, I'm sorry. I just needed to get that off my chest. I think that makes me weird.
No, not at all.
I don't think love is inherently bad or anything. If that's what makes someone happy, more power to him.
I won't deny you're a unique woman. Pretty clothes and jewelry don't faze you. You don't thrive on gossip and drama like many girls I know. You've always been this way for as long as I've known you. You are who you are, and that's perfectly fine. Doesn't bother me in the slightest, and how interested you are in finding love isn't going to change how I treat you.
Thanks, Jacopo. You're a good guy, and a good friend.
No problem. I'm glad you feel that way.
I like what we have. I like it a lot. This is just like their friendship in the future, except not cursed. You, me, friends. Whatever's between our legs be damned. I hope it can stay that way, even if everyone else wants to give us shit for it.
Of course it will. I have total confidence in our friendship that I can continue to grow by here. This is just sad knowing everything that happens. Man, playing a sad prequel
I should have kind of... Playing a prequel to, like, a game like this is just, like... Man, any kind of happy moment, you're just like, heck. Heckadoos.
Me being a man, and you being a woman, has no bearing on any of that.
Man, I gotta say, you actually speaking your mind instead of putting on airs kinda gives me the creeps.
Well, if that's how you're gonna be, see if I ever do it again.
Oh, shoot! They're probably really good friends in, like, the reincarnation thing, maybe. But she's also super friends with Pauline, too. Oh, heck. Triple friendship! Although I don't think Pauline would really be friends with him much.
Anyway, I suppose your uniqueness is what allows you to believe so strongly in friendship.
Oh, Maria really believed in friendship. Yeah, there's a reincarnation thing, which I think is about them in, like, the future. Or everyone in the future just leading normal lives or something. I would imagine, since it's called reincarnation and we saw little bits of them at the end credits, kind of like, just talking a little bit. Although we saw, like, Jacopo on his own. Well, we didn't see, we just, like, heard him. Just, like, being mean to someone randomly on the streets. I think the maid it was or something. We saw Pauline and Maria kind of, like, hanging out in Paris. And we saw Mel and Nelly kind of, like, not hanging, but, like, seeing each other. I want to try them all. I don't really need it to be the exact same game, but I really want to see them all in the future.
Your... how should I put it?
Complete and utter inability to comprehend love.
To put it bluntly, yes.
Haha, I guess that's one benefit to me being a weirdo then. I get to have you as a friend.
So it is. Although in that sense, I'm not much different than her. I've never had romantic feelings for anyone either.
So, hey. I know I said this like a couple of hours ago or whatever, but seriously. Please try not to get in over your head, okay? I'm pretty damn content with the way things are. I mean, sure I'm poor, and sure I'm a whore. Living to old age is probably out of the question. I think that's a pretty solid balance all told. I've got me a good friend. I work with some great girls.
I don't think the mystery is what really sells the game for me. I think it's the characters. The characters are what really got me to like the game. The mystery was kind of just an added, like the writing and the foreshadowing and all of that just kind of like helped. Like it really pushed it in a good direction. I was sold from like the first thing, and that one was pretty like, not super, it wasn't as like, you know, mysterious I guess as the second door. Because the second door was like a trip. But the first one was pretty straightforward and still liked it a lot.
Life ain't half bad and I enjoy it, with all its ups and downs. It's a hell of a lot better here than at the orphanage. What more could I possibly ask for? What we've got is good, isn't it?
I'd like to check in on the girl if that's not a problem. I managed to get my hands on some ointment.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, didn't mean to talk your ear off like that.
It's fine. Oh, and I also found the butterfly brooch she was asking about.
Oh, nice. You'll be happy to see that, I imagine.
Any change in her condition while I was out?
Nope, she's just been sleeping. Yeah, let me walk you to her room.
Thanks. I'm sorry, Maria. You may be content with the way things are, but I'm not. I want to go out in the world one day, prove myself. I'm tired of being sneered at and told I'm worthless, inferior.
That's what happens. That's why everything go bad.
She's sleeping so soundly, part of me wonders if she'll ever wake up.
Anyway, room's all yours. I gotta get back to work.
Alright, thanks. Take care of yourself out there. Twist wasn't that the beast was a man, but that the man was a beast.
Yeah.
Like the ending? The ending was what really hit me.
That was like, holy shit, after everything we went through, after everything that we believed throughout the whole thing, that he was gonna like change, he's gonna be a good dude, we just kind of learned, no, he was shit the whole time! Heck!
It was just like, goddamn. Goddamn. Poor Pauline, she got dragged into all of that.
I've been at this for years. You don't have to worry about me.
I guess now's a good time as any to apply the ointment.
Wake her up from the nightmare.
Are you okay?
No, please don't. I'm begging you. Help.
Hey, what's... Suddenly the girl began writhing on the bed and clasping at her chest. Half panicked, I reached out for her. When I realized her eyes were wide open, they were pale gold, staring straight through me. That doesn't quite capture it. I felt almost as though I had just been skewered with a spear. It looked horribly out of place on her disfigured face. Dark patches of flesh, in fact, seemed to accentuate her eyes. The contrast giving them a curious sort of magnetism, unwavering resolve and fragility, benevolence and seething madness. They were enchanting, also overwhelmingly inhuman. Perhaps their otherworldly beauty was, in some way, a result of her being in shambles physically and mentally. Like she was standing on the precipice of majestic wings spread wide as she prepared to embark on her journey back to heaven. Not on my watch, you're not. You put those damn wings away. Hold on, I'll get some water. What? Hey! Ugh. As I tried to step away from where she lay, the girl abruptly lurched forward and chopped down on my arm. Oh, oof. Oh, shit. Get off me. Oh, no. Calm down. I'm not your enemy. Her teeth clenched down on my arm, ripping into my flesh with a force I'd never imagined a girl capable of. I was afraid she might take a good chunk of it with her. That said, I could have easily knocked her away. She was an emaciated child and myself a relatively healthy adult man. Hey! Which is precisely why I didn't. The girl growled and gnawed at me like a rabid dog.
Eat him now and save it for me.
I forced myself to make a smile and let her have at me. If that's what it takes to placate you, then my arm is all yours. Bite it, claw it, rip it off, whatever you want.
Are you sure you want that? It sounds very painful. I don't like these sounds.
A few years back, there was a stray cat not far from where I lived. It was always hissing and biting anyone that got near it. Yet again, Morgana's being compared to a cat. Just saying. That's why there's so much art of her as a cat. After a while, when it realized we meant it no harm, it stopped all that. It calmed down. Humans are the same way. We're just big animals. Ugh. That said, this really does hurt like a son of a bitch. After some time, she finally released my arm, taking a deep breath and pulling away. Then, she seemed to roll her tongue around inside her mouth as though trying to clean it. Once she was done with that, she began surveying the room with her pale gold eyes. They weren't the feral glimmering eyes of an animal anymore, but clear and lucid. Human. Looks like you finally calmed down.
Let go of me.
What? Whoa, I'm not gonna hurt.
Let go. Get your hands off me, please.
Okay. No need to shout. I won't touch you without permission. I won't do anything to make you uncomfortable. Let's try this again. Have you calmed down? Though she still seemed to be disoriented, she gave me a nod. Okay, good. Actual communication, progress. Where am I? She doesn't seem to remember our escape from the Lord's Manor. Not that that surprises me. She spoke in a hushed half-whisper, her voice much more restrained than other girls her age. Her furor had subdued, turning her soft-spoken and aloof. Considering everything she had been through, finding herself now in an unfamiliar room with a stranger, it was a natural response. Still, it seemed unbefitting. This is, well, would she even know what a brothel is? If she did, would telling her that go over well? It's kind of like my home, I guess you could say.
I hear strange voices. Women. They sound like they're moaning.
Oh no.
And the floor is creaking.
Yeah, sure is. Oh crap. I've gotten so used to that I just tune it all out automatically. She's right, you can definitely hear voices through the walls. No! No talking my way out of that.
This is your home, you said. You host terrible banquets as well.
What? Whoa. Don't jump to conclusions. I'm sorry I lied. This isn't my home. I just wasn't sure how I could explain it in any way you would understand. We're in a brothel. Do you know what that is? It's where a bunch of women, called prostitutes, get together and sell sad men happiness.
I know what a prostitute is.
Oh, do you? I'm surprised. You're a little young for that.
They are unclean. They disobey my father's teachings.
What?
God says fornication is a sin. All who indulge in worldly pleasure defile themselves and shall be cast down into hell.
One sec. Okay.
Why am I in a brothel?
Because this is the only place I knew that would look after you. Don't you worry. I have a good friend here. You can trust her. She'll take good care of you.
So, you sold me to a whorehouse.
Excuse me.
You mean to defile me further, to make me into a harlot? See y'all later. Maybe no recap. Bye-bye.
Whoa, slow down. I never said that. No, that's not why I brought you here.
Liar.
First off, you never...
You're a liar. You mean to force me to defy the teachings of my father? Take me back to the Lord's Manor.
Are you out of your mind?
I would rather be there than here. He's a terrible, cruel, evil man, but at least he let me keep my chastity. Take me back to him.
Okay, stop. Not another goddamn word. You want me to take you back to the Lord's Manor? Like hell. Do you have any idea what I went through to get you out of there? And then there's Maria, who's been caring for you while I was out. We're helping you. Everything we've done has been to help you. And then you say you want to go back to getting sliced up by that sick bastard. Are you insane?
Please don't shout.
Sorry.
I'm begging you. Just let me have my chastity.
Are you kidding me?
I must remain pure. I cannot return to my father's side when I pass on, if my soul has been tarnished.
Oh, for the love of... How many times do I have to tell you? I have no intention of making you into a prostitute. Besides, even if I did, you couldn't get any work looking like that.
Why would you say this? What do you mean?
Hold on, I'll get a mirror. It'll be quicker for you to see for yourself. I grabbed one of the prostitute's hand mirrors and passed it to the girl, which she hesitantly accepted. She seemed less concerned about the mirror itself and more just worried that I might do something to her. Slowly, she turned her gaze towards a reflective surface. It was generally difficult to gauge her reaction through the patches of dark and festering flesh, but the look of horror that spread across her face was clear as day.
What? Why? How? What are these terrible marks? He never cut my face, so why?
I take that to mean she didn't always have the marks on her face then. Is it something the Lord did to her? She just said he didn't cut her there, didn't she? It's hard to make out her muttering. God, now I feel like an asshole. If I'd known she would take it so badly, I would have just kept my damn mouth shut. Slides in. Now do you understand? You can't be a prostitute. I can only imagine how awful it must be to find out your face is covered in scars, especially for a girl your age, but don't let it get you down. They could very well still heal.
Me.
Huh?
Would you please kill me?
What? Why the hell would I?
Taking one's own life is a sin. I need you to do it for me.
No, for the love of... Did you forget everything I just said? I saved your life. Now you're asking me to kill you. What the hell is wrong with you?
I wish to return to my father's side.
Okay, listen real carefully. Your life kind of sucks right now. I get that. We all have times when we'd rather be dead. But you can't just give up. Persevere, good fortune will eventually find you. Live on and you'll eventually have a chance to get your payback. Maybe become a witch and curse everyone, I don't know. Things may be bad now, but you're still just a child. You have so much opportunity to make things better. So, don't you ask me to kill you again. You'll just get the same answer. I won't do it, end of story. Hello? Say something. You're giving me the silent treatment. Anyway, I brought ointment like I said I would. Give me your arm, I'll apply it.
No.
She'll talk to me to shut me down, but that's it.
I wish to be alone.
I'll leave if that's what you want, but don't you go dying on me.
I will not take my own life. It is a sin.
There's some bizarre logic, but if that's what it takes for you to keep you from killing yourself, I'll take it. Well, I'll be off then. The ointment's right there. I'd appreciate if you actually used it. I'll see you.
No, wait, I almost forgot. I found your butterfly brooch. This is it, right? I'll leave it here with the ointment. He did take it. And now I'm off, for real. I'll check in on you again tomorrow.
Nice.
That was a lot more work than I expected.
Oh, look who it is. All done with your little visit?
Yeah, all done. Same with you, I take it.
Yep, just a little bit ago. God, you would not believe that last guy. He was so rough I thought he was gonna tear me a third hole.
Is that so? Not sure how I'm supposed to react to that information.
So, any news? Did she just sleep the whole time?
No, she woke up. We even spoke, if briefly.
Well, shit, that's great news.
And that's debatable.
Oh, what happened? Your big sis is all ears.
Except I'm older than you, and we're not related either.
Huh. I didn't figure her life was all rainbows and sunshine. What, you wanting to look after her? 'Cause let me tell you, it'll be hard, thankless work.
I made that choice when I rescued her from the Lord's Manor. I'd at least like to take care of her until she's able to support herself to some degree.
Well, I'll do what I can to help too. We can spare room for her here as long as she needs.
I appreciate it. She seems far too wary of me to stay with me.
You were planning on taking that poor innocent little girl to live with you? I thought you had standards.
No, for the love of God, no! I would never.
That reaction's never gonna get old.
Anyway.
Anyway! Pretty strange marks she's got on her face, huh?
Any idea what they might be?
There was a girl who used to work here a while back. One day she woke up and she was covered in warts.
Oh, warts? What does that have to do with this?
Chill, I'm getting to that. Me and the other girls, we thought one of her clients was giving her something. Not uncommon in this line of work. We'd never seen anything like it before. We just assumed it was some kind of rare disease. Not long after, she quit and, well, tell you the truth, I figured she'd turn up dead in a ditch somewhere. She got lucky and a family in a better part of town took her in. Let her work for them as a maidservant or whatever. When I ran into her a few years later, all the warts were gone. At first, I assumed the disease had just run its course, but as I talked to her, I started to think that wasn't it.
Oh?
Apparently, some of her clients at the brothel used to harass her real bad. They'd even go as far as chasing her around the slums. She wasn't a particularly tough girl, did a number on her, psychologically and emotionally. She told me as soon as she got out and it all stopped, the warts just went away, poof. My guess is, sometimes people's emotional states can have physical consequences.
And you think the marks on the girl's face were the same thing?
Yep. Lord tortured her so bad, he busted her up mentally and emotionally on top of everything else. And that's what we're seeing with her face. I mean, I could be completely wrong too. For all we know, the Lord did cut her face up and she just doesn't remember. Or it could be something else entirely. Could be some kind of disease.
Good point.
Either way, there's no doubt she's been to hell and back. Plan on at least 3 years of ice breaking if you want to get through to her.
3 years? That sounds about right.
Try to watch yourself though. You can have a bit of a short fuse sometimes.
I will. Little does she know, I've already snapped once. I should get going then. It's been one hell of a day. I'm beat.
Get all the rest you need. I'll let you know if anything happens here.
Thank you. Good night.
Sleep tight. I don't wish to die for such worldly reasons. is simply unacceptable for the saint of the Lord to look like some kind of terrible hellspawn. With every moment I grow more impure. Is this another trial, O Father?
You're a damned witch wearing saint skin.
That's what he meant. I do rather resemble a witch, hee. Not a servant of the Lord, but a disciple of the devil. No, I cannot cry. I must not lament of my own misfortune. I must not feel sorry for myself. My tears, a saint's tears, should only be shed for others. Imagine hearing that in your head.
Oof. Okay, I'm not calling it now, but I'm gonna be taking a little bit of a break. It might go on for like 20 minutes or so. And I'm gonna go wash my hair off of all this dye. Because I am sick and tired of wearing this cap and I can't even hear anything properly and it's really annoying. I want to remove it. And go make some tea as well. So burp, 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 for a little bit. Okay, cool.
Welcome to the world, little ones. Yeah, it's a lot to take in. But you come with open minds and the instinct that we are equal. Some people may see your differences and be threatened by them. But you are unstoppable.
Whoa. Hello. I'm back. Oh god, it does feel so much better now. Not having that on. I have eaten. I have removed all the dye. I have my tea. I'm ready. Okay. My darling little saint. Instead of singing a lullaby, I will tell you a story. The story of the day you first graced this earth. On that day, I told the village a very important secret. That I was visited by an angel of the Lord. That I was with child, though I had known no man. The other villagers mocked me, called me a liar and a madwoman. I did not relent, for it was the truth. And then, when you let out your first cry, rain clouds suddenly began to form in the sky. The land was blessed with rain after many months of drought. The clouds, they were drawn here by your voice, my dear. A gift from your father, the Lord God. No longer did the villagers call me a liar. They believed in me, and they believed in you. I saved everyone. Yes, you did, my little saint. You will continue to deliver people from their suffering. Did I deliver you too, Mother? Of course you did, my dear. I'm glad. You're the daughter of a charlatan, a virgin birth, ha! A load of lies, every damn word. The rain, nothing more than chance. If you really are the child of God, then perform a miracle for us. What a great mum. Pay that crude man no mind, my dear. I know that you are the daughter of God. That's what matters the most. I can hardly believe there are those who are still not convinced. Oh, so what are you waiting for? You can't do it, can you? Ha! You're a family of liars! Wait, Morgana! You mustn't get near that boorish blasphemer. Got something you want to say, kid? Well, go right ahead, I'm all ears. Miracles. Yeah? Miracles are neither magic nor politricks. They are realized through the power of faith. What now? You have no place demanding God prove his own divinity. It is the height of arrogance. You have blasphemed. Repent for your sins. Huh! Trying to talk your way out of your lies now, are you? I'll admit, your charlatan mother trained you well. You put on a pretty convincing act, girl. Girl. You can't perform miracles. All you have are excuses and thinly veiled reasons why you won't. Neither until you grow up, I won't stop spreading the real word that your mother... I don't know what he's becoming right now. Your mother's pulling the wool over everyone's eyes. Very well. I will perform a miracle. Oh ho ho! Morgana, you can't. Do not worry, Mother. I am the daughter of God, right? Sure. My father will not forsake me. What kind of miracle are you gonna perform for us? Just so you know, whatever you do, it better be convincing. No guessing the weather this time.
Blood is impure, yes?
What?
That is why we drain some of our blood when we are sick, and why we remove the blood from animals before we eat them.
Right.
If I were to make blood pure and clean, would that be a miracle? Well, would it?
I guess it would. That's impossible. You can't do it.
Okay then. Let's go visit the elderly woman on the village outskirts.
Oh God.
Oh God, help us.
Uh-huh.
Good afternoon, sister. How are you feeling today? If it isn't our beloved saint. How very kind of you to pay this old woman a visit. Please, stay in bed. I know you are very ill. You must rest. Oh, heavens no. That would be dreadfully rude of me. The rain you brought 6 years ago saved my family's lives. I am more thankful than you can imagine. I would like to show my gratitude.
Huh, look at this hag. Her goddamn memory's starting to go.
If you are going to be disrespectful, please wait outside. I do not want your profanity contaminating the sacred rite.
I'm so glad I'd make a great old lady. My one aspiration in life.
I
I don't know if I said that actually. Heck.
Oh, beautiful saint, please allow me to kiss your feet. Thank you, my sister. That will suffice. I am here to perform a miracle for you. For me? Yes. You have always believed in me. Your faith is never wavering. 6 years ago, the whole village acknowledged me as a daughter of God. But as you can see, there are those whose faith is not as strong as yours. How terribly tragic. That it is, but fear not, for as long as there remains those whose faith is strong as yours, a few unbelievers will not weaken my power. For faith is the path to salvation. Yes, yes it is. In celebration of your 6 years of unfaltering faith, I have decided to perform another miracle for you today. I ask that you do as I say, and know that I love you dearly. Of course. My beloved sister, partake of my blood.
No. Hey, did you hear the news? That old lady is back on her feet again. I ran into her down in the fields and about jumped out of my skin. Well, I hope so, considering I'm an old lady right now, apparently. Word going around is that there were Satan's work. I heard she made her drink her blood. Drink her blood? She's a daughter of God. Her blood ain't dirty like the rest of us. It got real power. I guess that's what they said is true. Cause like blood is such a big deal back then. It was like the whole bloodletting thing. Although that was more about because they thought, yes, we have too much blood in us, and when we're sick, that blood, we need to like let go of all that blood because there's too much, which is really dumb. Because some illnesses where you bleed, it's bad because you need that blood, and then they do bloodletting and they let out more blood, and then they die. So, you know, Middle Ages, am I right? She really is the child of God. Yeah, we got ourselves a real genuine saint here. Not many people can say that. Whoa. No, there's no way. It's not possible. It can't be.
There he is! The bastard who dared insult our saint! Get him!
Oh God.
We'll put his head on a pot. Oh my goodness! Show everyone what happens when you disrespect our saint.
Oh no! Stop this at once! Our saint! Oh, please let that man go. Our Lord teaches us to be kind and forgiving of one another. It does not please him to see a man fighting against man. He insulted you, our saint. Carla, we're not in Bloodborne right now. He called you daughter of a charlatan. Everyone makes mistakes. I bear no grudge against him for a momentary lapse in judgment. I simply pray his eyes have been opened to the truth. I do not wish to see him punished. I forgive you. Oh. Thank you. Thank you. I was wrong. You are a saint. Never again will I call you a liar. I am your faithful servant, my beloved saint. How did these guys let her get sold? Your devotion is truly honorable. I have returned, Mother. Oh, welcome back, my dear saint. Everything will be fine now, Mother. The entire village acknowledges me as a saint. We need not worry about any unbelievers. I guess so. You think they'd be like, but what happened to her? They will show you the respect you deserve as well, as the mother of God's daughter. No one will ever call you a charlatan again, Mother. That's good to hear. Thank you, Morgana. Hehe. It's still night? I'm thirsty. I'll go get some water. What did I? This. Mother's still awake? Who is she talking to? Herself? Oh God, what did I bring into this world? She scares me sometimes. When I look into her eyes, when I hear her voice, I feel like my soul is being sucked out of my body. She's a girl of barely 6 years, yet she terrifies me. I'm beginning to think she really does have some kind of strange power that allows her to manipulate, to control people. What I'm not sure of is whether or not it's truly a holy power. Is she really a saint? My heart tells me she's something else. What horror have I wrought upon this world? You know as well as I do, God, nothing divine could possibly grow in my womb. Are you punishing me, God, for the sins I committed that night years ago with the vagrant? I'm dreaming. This is all a bad dream. Mother would never say such things about me. It's just a dream. Good morning, my darling little saint. Is something the matter? You look vexed. Mother, last night. Did something happen last night? No, nothing happened. Mother, I have always been a saint, right? From the day I was born. What's gotten into you, my dear? Of course you are the daughter of God. Nothing will ever change that. Thank you. So it was all a dream. I should just forget all about it. Oh, I almost forgot. I have something for you. I'm sure you'll love it. For your 6th birthday. Oh, she was 9, wasn't she? Or was she 6? I can't remember. It's not much, but will you wear it? What is it? It's a little brooch. You can use it with a shawl or a cloak. It's a butterfly. Butterflies are said to be God's messengers. Listen. It's not about whether she believes it or not. It's she really wants to believe it. And she's also a child, so
You can believe whatever you want when you're a child.
I thought it would fit you nicely, my dear. It's so pretty. I mustn't allow myself to be taken in by shallow worldly beauty. I am not an ordinary little girl. Father would be greatly disappointed in me if I were to behave like one. Thank you very much, Mother. Your gift means a great deal to me. Of course I will make use of it. You're quite welcome. Hard to believe you're only 6 years old. What was that, Mother? Oh, nothing. Before I forget, after what you did the other day, people have begun asking about having you perform miracles for them too. You're still so young. I'm not sure it's wise for you to go around giving out blood to everyone who asks. No, it's fine. I will do it. It is my sacred duty as a saint to put those in need before myself. Even if it means cutting yourself up every day? I will accept the pain gladly. God damn it, Morgana. It is a symbol of the good work I do in my father's name. I see. Well, you've made up your mind, it seems. I'll support you in any way I can. Yet another busy day. It's been 3 years with no end in sight. We're starting to see more and more travelers from faraway lands. People have even set up trading posts in the village, yet not a single coin comes our way. We're losing money every day. Morgana. Pure or deluded? What is it, Mother? I must prepare for my next blessing. Why must you hand out miracles for nothing? Why would you even ask such a question, Mother? We're barely holding on as it is, my dear. It's not wrong to expect a little remuneration for our services. No, Mother, it is wrong. Miracles are not to be bartered for. God the Father does not charge for his miracles. Why should we, when I am only borrowing his power? Listen to me, Morgana. Every time you give someone a blessing, you're hurting yourself. It's not for the miracle itself. You still deserve some degree of compensation for the pain. I know you're concerned for me, Mother. I appreciate it very much, but I'm happy with the way things are. I'm happy to be able to help others with my Heavenly Father's power. A power you won't have for much longer, my dear, if we can't afford to keep ourselves fed. I'm a saint, aren't I?
Oh.
Yes, you're my sweet little saint. God will not forsake his saint, no matter how difficult it may get. He will always provide me a way to continue doing his work. And you're the mother of the saint, aren't you? Yes, that's right. I conceived you untainted by the hands of a man. Then you must respect his will as well, Mother. It must be our highest priority. You're right. I was wrong, my dear saint.
Oof.
Mother, you agreed with me. You said I was right. So why are you taking money from that man? Mother. Why? I mustn't let myself cry. I must always stay strong. I must endure his trials. My saintly grace must not waver. Father would be greatly disappointed in me. And then I would have nowhere to call home.
Ugh, my entire head is throbbing. What a wonderful way to start the day. I'd like to sleep in for another 6 or 12 hours, but I still have things to take care of after yesterday. First, down to the pub to talk to the gang.
The gang, I see.
Oh, blah.
Well, I drank way too much.
Dear God.
Jacopo! I need your help! I can't carry everyone out all by myself!
Oh, alright, I'll drag them out onto the streets. Please don't shout, though. My head hurts enough as it is.
Thank you!
I said stop shouting.
Whoa.
I guess I'll start with him.
Morning, friends.
Oh, it's the big guy from last night!
Name's Gratian. Try to not forget it, cause you'll be seeing a lot of me. Which reminds me, I never got your name.
I'm just a trifling little flower. My name isn't important, but if you would lend us a hand, that would be lovely.
A hand with what? I'm just here for the booze.
Haven't you had enough?
Not even close.
Well, there isn't any left, or did you forget the two of you last night drank the whole town dry? We're just gonna be plain old restaurant for at least the next few days.
I just got flashbacks to that line.
Because I was doing that voice too.
Oh, that's a crying shame.
And whose fault do you think that is?
She literally does not. She never stops screaming.
How many more trips is this gonna take? They're all still out like rocks, Oh, I thought they erected a new wall there for a second. It's just you. Just so we're clear, since there wasn't any real resolution last night, you passed out first, which means I.
Hey, top of the morning to you, Jacopo. What a beautiful morning it is. Gah!
You seem to be doing quite well. What happened to the aggressive, competitive Gratian from last night?
I had you all wrong, Jacopo.
What?
I had you pegged for a stick-up-the-ass rich boy kind of fella. You drink like a real pro. The true measure of a man is how well he holds his booze. You proved yourself. One hell of a man.
Oh. Sure.
Psh, at least give me a hearty hell yeah, would ya? Don't tell me I was wrong about being wrong about ya.
I'm just not at full capacity at the moment. It's taking me a little longer than normal to process.
Anywho, point is, you got my seal of approval. We helped each other out back at the Lord's Asswipes Manor, but now we're comrades, partners in crime.
Oh, hold up.
What, you don't want to be partners?
I never said that. You make it sound like you're planning on staying, though.
I most certainly do.
You were one of the Lord's slaves. You know, the slaves who incited the revolt. It's not safe for you to stay here. If someone were to identify you, you'd be dead in...
Oh, life's too short to squibble over shit like someone might be trying to kill ya.
It's hardly quibbling. There's a reason we had all the other slaves transported to different cities.
Trust me, I know it ain't safe for me to stick around, but I want to be here when the horse son finally gets what's coming. Like hell I'm bailing before his head's on a pike.
Okay then. As long as you're aware of the risks, that's your choice to make. And in that case, I'm glad to have you. The addition of such a valiant comrade should prove quite inspiring to the rest of the gang.
Ha! You're damn right it will. You should have just said that to begin with. Skip all the not safe nonsense. Besides, everyone you just said applies the same to you, or everything you just said. Ugh. As far as anyone in that matter is concerned, you're a slave as much as me. Your infiltration job didn't exactly have you laying low. They'll recognize you.
Fair enough.
I haven't heard of any wanted posters going up yet, but you're right. It's best to remain cautious for now. Though as long as we keep to the slums, we should be relatively safe, for the time being. As amusing a thought as that is, we're safer in this lawless dump than a city proper. Indeed. The gang has eyes and ears covering the entire district. If someone who doesn't belong shows up, word will spread quickly. Ah, so if the Lord's guards try to slip in, their cover will be blown just like that, eh? Precisely. Which isn't to say it's a good part of town, of course. We have more than our fair share of hooligans. You just have to be able to protect yourself. Which I doubt will be an issue for you. Hell yeah, bring on the pickpockets! I'll rob every last one of them blind, maybe even literally. Oh, don't. I'm glad he's on our side. Well, if you're gonna be staying here, I should probably show you more than just our pub of choice. You'll need to find work as well. Not that that should prove any trouble. With your muscle, you can choose pretty much anything. A bodyguard, a carpenter, a metal worker, whatever you like. But first... Oh. But I asked you to help me get these dots outside. Oh, aye aye, where do you want me to toss them? Be gentle with them if you would. They are ours for what it's worth.
I'm sure it's fine.
Good lord, between cleaning up at the pub and showing Gratian around town, there goes most of my day. The brothel's probably open by now, though the back entrance it is. Through the back entrance it is.
Free time!
Hey, anyone home? No one. Not even the girl. Don't tell me she went out wandering in her condition.
Oh, hey there, Yukopo. Perfect timing.
Maria, the girl, where did she go?
Huh? She was here last I checked.
Last you checked. You're supposed to be looking after her. Anyway, help me look for her.
Yeah, I don't think that'll,
Excuse me?
turn around.
She's so short. Where have you been? I didn't even sense her approaching. I swear she just appeared there, like a ghost. And where did you get those clothes?
Oh yeah, we were digging around in the dressing room and found it there. I wanted to get her into something a little cuter, but she insisted on that. I didn't even know we had clothes that bland here. Girls come and go though, so it probably belonged to someone who's not around anymore. Still, I'm shocked anyone who works here ever wore such a boner killer. It's a cloak for pilgrimages. Huh? An outfit someone wears while on a pilgrimage. This is far, far more beautiful than any of those filthy whore rags.
Oh.
Oh, a pilgrimage, huh? I never would have guessed we had a girl who was into that. Yet she abandoned her spiritual journey and entered into this den of sinners. You do need to watch the DR anime. Oh, do it. I guess. Nevertheless, I am glad there was clothing suitable for me to wear. Yeah, talk about luck. Anywho, I got an appointment. I'll be back.
She's just like, Maria, please. Hey, Maria. I get that she's difficult, but you didn't have to ditch me, damn it. It is rather plain outfit, though, all black and brown. She'd probably blend in quite well with the darkness. Which would explain why I couldn't find her when I got here.
Why are you staring at me?
Well...
I'm glad you found something you could wear with your brooch.
Oh, that's right. She's wearing that.
Also, God, keeping a conversation going with her is like pulling teeth. Yeah, you look like you're doing a lot better than yesterday. Much more color in your cheeks.
As if you can tell the difference beneath all these scars.
It's an expression. I'm just saying you look much better. You could barely even sit up yesterday. You're recovering impressively quickly. I imagine it won't be long before you're back at full capacity.
Yesterday,
What about yesterday?
thank you for rescuing me.
What? Right, that. No, don't mention it. It was nothing, really.
That's not what you said last night.
Oh, come on. Just let me be humble with you. Anyway, I wasn't expecting that. I was readying myself for another argument.
Oh, Grumpy Morgana.
I also wasn't sure how much of what happened you even remembered, with how hysterical you got.
I was not hysterical.
My arm begs to...
My mind was clear almost the whole time. I remember everything. First a slave, you, saved my life from the wicked lord.
I'm not actually a slave, but details.
You took me by the arm, put me on your back, and fled from the lord's manor.
That I did.
I was a little hazy for some of the trip, but by the time you reached the poor quarter, my mind had cleared up almost entirely.
What?
My consciousness had returned by that point.
Oh.
You brought me to this brothel, and yes, at first I was frightened because I believed you meant to have me become a whore. That is the one and only instance of me last night you could describe as hysterical. I remember everything quite well, thank you.
Okay then. Fair enough. You're right. I can't tell if she's sincere or just trying to convince herself. She seems unusually repulsed by the idea of losing her cool. She's not entirely right, but she's not entirely wrong either, so I'll let her have this one. In any event, you've recovered well enough to hold a conversation, which is great to see.
What do you mean to do with me now?
Better question. What do you want to do? Alright, well, here's an idea. If you don't have anything, you can stay here until you're all the way back on your feet. Marie's already set aside that room for you.
You want me to stay in this vile gathering place of sinners?
You do realize who you're talking about, right? Those vile sinners are the ones who took you in. Who agreed to look after you. They're no different than you or me. Just doing what they must to get by.
I am not like them.
You're right. They don't look down on others for their line of work. At the very least, try to keep your callous prejudice against prostitutes to yourself when they're around, would you?
Why? It is my sacred duty to spread the word of God. Indulging in carnal pleasure is a sin, no matter the reason. Prostitutes are filthy, tainted women.
Jeez, did all the blood the Lord took cause your damn heart to shrivel up? In what world is it reasonable for you to go up to women offering you sanctuary and call them to their faces sinners? Show them some gratitude, damn it.
You are the one who brought me here. I never asked them to do anything for me.
God damn it, Morgana.
Oh, fine, whatever. If you're that opposed to staying here, then go, get the hell out. You don't deserve their hospitality. Go off and preach to the word of God and call everyone sinners. I expect someone will find you dead on the side of the road in less than a fortnight.
Very well. Thank you for yesterday, and farewell.
Wait! Wait.
Yes.
Are you insane? You're not supposed to actually go.
You're the one who told me to leave.
I just... Ugh! After a great start with that 3 years of ice-breaking, Jacopo. She's been through hell, you know that. I'm sorry. I take everything back. That was extremely childish of me. So please reconsider. I wouldn't be able to sleep at night knowing I chased you out.
You cannot seem to make up your mind, can you?
Jacopo's yandere. I think tsundere is what you're thinking. There is another yandere character in the actual game. Or an actual one, I mean.
It was the heat of the moment thing, I didn't mean it.
But no, I think Jacopo and, to an extent, Michel are very strong. Are very strong tsundere. I think there are two yanderes actually, thinking about it closer. Although one of them less dere, more just yan.
It's like wanna stay or anything, baka.
Yeah, that's tsundere. That's tsundere. And you call yourself a weeb.
Good lord. Oh, right, the ointment. Did you apply it like I told you to?
No.
Really? Well, in that case, I'll do it now. You need help with your back anyway. Oh, either way.
Please, Morgana, it's gonna get festered.
Yeah, that's more, I think that's more Nelly and less Yukimas. I think he's Yangere, which is like, just killing.
Just killing in gore.
You're a very curious man.
Why do you say that?
No reason. I'm simply saying the first thing that came to mind.
Fake weeb, fake weeb. Tamuki would be disappointed in you. Despair, Darren, no!
Don't tell me you think I have unscrupulous tastes like Maria seems to believe. Let me make this perfectly clear. I will not lay a finger on you, except for the ointment. You're just a child, for God's sake. Now sit down. Well, look at that. I thought I'd have to fight her on this.
Is something the matter?
How is like she not gotten like a billion infections at this point? I know that like they said at one point that there was like a bunch of pus, but like you'd think with so many open wounds, she'd have been dead by now.
I never told you to undress.
Were you wanting to apply the ointment to my clothes then?
A good point.
Tsumukere.
That wouldn't help very much, would it? God damn it, Jacopo, calm the hell down. Are you trying to make yourself look like a liar? You just caught me off guard, that's all.
No, these are not uwu wounds. No.
The girl quietly disrobed and knelt down. She had been naked when I saved her from the Lord. It wasn't like this was my first time seeing her unclothed. That was in the middle of a revolt. I didn't exactly have time to get a good look. She was almost frighteningly scrawny, her arms barely any bigger than the bones within. Her skin was so pale I could see the blue veins running within it, beneath it. Can you see any skin at this point with all the cuts? And then, of course, there was a crisscrossing web of scars. Each one stood out clearly against her pale skin. Scars covered her whole body, front and back. I could hardly find a patch of skin that hadn't been scratched. Desecrated? Desecrated.
Yeah, that's true, but they did mention at one point that it was mostly psychological. Looking at her, I was gripped with a mix of burning rage and bitter sadness, neither of which I had a source of relief for. The most upsetting thing was just how she sat there, exposed, completely emotionless. Quite a change from how she behaved last night. Today I'm the one doing all the shouting. Almost feels like I'm looking at a lifeless puppet. I scooped up some of the ointment with my fingers and gently rubbed it across her wounded flesh. Every time my hand made contact, she shuddered. She never recoiled or objected. Though it felt less like she was willingly accepting my aid. More like she was simply enduring, waiting for it to be over. It was almost silent in the room, save for the cries and moaning that made its way through the walls, oh no. Sitting naked in the brothel while a strange man rubbed medicine on her, I could only imagine how unpleasant that must be, considering how devout she must be. She was probably doing everything in her power to cut herself off from the whole experience. I wondered if perhaps she might one day come to realize that we were not trying to insult or demean her, that we were simply concerned for her, that we wanted to give her a place she could feel safe. Is this all the Lord's doing? You don't have to answer if you're not comfortable. Except for my arms, yes. Someone else did your arms, then? No, I cut them myself. You? I thought suicide was a sin. Is self-mutilation allowed, then? I'm not sure what the rules on that are. You have a lot to live for. And that was about the extent of our conversation as I applied the ointment. I couldn't come up with any small talk, and I didn't really want to press any further about her scars or her time with the Lord. So I quietly worked, and she quietly let me do my work. By the time it was all over, I was exhausted. Felt like I had taken more out of me than the couple of hours I'd spent dragging unconscious drunks from the pub. When I told her I was finished, she let out a sigh of relief, first sign of emotion I'd seen from her since we began. Thank you. Oh wait, we're not quite done. I still have to take care of your face. No, I'm fine, thank you. I beg to differ. If anything, you should be most concerned about your face. Oh, come on, look at me. Do I have to? Well, yeah. It'd be kind of silly to do everything but your face. I can do it myself. Uh-huh, sure. Yeah, not happening. I'm gonna finish what I started. Why can't I do it myself? Because my gut tells me I'll just slap a little on and call it done. I want to make sure it's taken care of properly. So look at me. Show me your face. Fine. It was bizarre how she had so little hesitation exposing her naked body, yet vehemently resisted letting me see her face. With anyone else I knew, it would be the other way round. The wounds on her face seemed to hold much more significance to her than those on the rest of her body. When she asked me to kill her yesterday, it was immediately after seeing herself in the mirror. If the marks on her face were that upsetting, wouldn't she want them to heal? Why was she fighting me about it? Did she have some other reason to hide her face from me? Whatever it was that drove her actions, I couldn't make any sense of it. Let me know if it stings. What are they? Relax, I won't bite. You weren't this tense when I was applying the ointment to the rest of you. Just get it over with. Alright, alright. Are they like wounds, or are they like just skin turning all a weird color? You know, I just realized I don't know your name. Would you mind telling me? No, you won't tell me. Well, in that case, I'll just have to come up with something to call you myself. I'm serious, I'll pick the first thing that comes to mind. There's still time, you just have to tell me your name. Aw yeah, Ugly Speckles it is. Okay then, you had your chance. Allison it is. Oh shit, that's so scary! Because you bite just like an alley cat. I was like, wait a minute. No, there's no computer files on this. There's no way. I'll tell the girls here to call you that too. Please don't. Finally, you speak. If you're not happy with that name, tell me what to call you. You have until the count of 3. And then you're Allison for good. What a shame. 1, 2, 3. Isn't your whole name, is it? Huh, so you're I can understand being a little embarrassed about that. It's not my place to talk, I know. I don't mean any ill will, but that's a very, unfortunate name you were given. That's not my name. It's Morgana. Now that wasn't so hard, was it? It's a nice name, Morgana. I like it, just like Morgana de Fey from Arthurian Legends, the witch. Sure that won't come back or anything. Also, it reminds me of my homeland. Your homeland? Yeah. I mean, I hardly remember anything about my childhood anymore. Oh, it does! I couldn't even tell you the name of the country. But I have these vague memories of how the language sounded. Your name doesn't sound like a name native to these parts. Sounds like something that would fit right in those memories of my homeland. I'd wager a guess you probably come from the same part of the world as me. If you go back far enough, you might even find we share ancestors. Who knows? How do you like that? Feeling a little sense of kinship? The thought very much displeases me. Well, okay then. Be a grouch. It's not like I care or anything, blah. I'll let it slide, though. Getting your name out of you put me in a good mood. It's nice to formally make your acquaintance, Morgana. My name's Jacopo. Jacopo. I don't know, whichever way you pronounce it. Hey, Morgana. One day, I'll show you the world. What? There's so much more out there than this tiny little corner of Earth we're rotting away in. More than you can possibly imagine. I'm gonna go out into the world, experience true freedom. I'm gonna bring you with me. So try to stay positive. Once you see for yourself how much bigger the world out there is, how much different every region and its people are, it might change your perspective on things a bit. It might even help you forget some of the crap you've been through. Oh no, it's death butterflies. I don't like that. Alright, now I'm done. Why couldn't things have just worked out? Why did it have to go downhill? Why do those bandits have to attack? Part of me is even like, would it have been better if he just left it to die? In the beginning? So she wouldn't have had to go through everything worse after that? Who knows? That ended up taking pretty much all the ointment. I'll have to go buy some more. What if they weren't bandits, but they were like from the Lord? That would make a lot more sense. Like, I found out where y'all
be, I'm gonna kill. I know. There was a lot that could have been done, really. And it didn't happen. Now I'm just like, god damn. Could have gone a different direction.
Well, I suppose I should probably get going. Will you be alright on your own?
I would much prefer it, in fact.
Alright then. Sorry to be such a nuisance. See you again tomorrow.
My whole body is all slimy.
That's what moisturizing is, Morgana. It feels gross at first, but then it really works, so.
After the slave man left, I retreated to a corner of the room, sat down, and pulled my knees up to my chest. Through the walls I could hear men and women sinning. So I plugged my ears in an attempt to block out the vile noise. It was filthy here. If I remained in this place too long, it would probably taint my soul. I needed to get out as soon as possible. I couldn't bring myself to leave. My body refused to cooperate. Just thinking about going out there into the slums all alone sent uncontrollable shivers down my spine. I was the daughter of God. What did I have to fear? Such worldly emotions were unbefitting of a saint. I was pitiful, pathetic, and I hated it. I have nothing to fear. God will always lead his saint to where he needs her most. As long as I continue performing miracles, people will acknowledge me as a true daughter of God. I have nothing to fear.
You a damned witch wearing a saint skin.
Ugh. Will they, though? Will anyone look at me and see a saint? I can hardly see a saint in this face. Lord and his guests with their revulsion, their fear, that was appropriate reaction. I was repulsive, not something to be welcomed with open arms. Saints and angels were always spoken of as beautiful, while demons and witches were spoken of as hideous. Any miracles I performed would have been seen as the work of the devil, not God. It didn't matter. It was my sacred duty to offer a helping hand to anyone in need, no matter how much persecution I suffered for it. My heart was resolute, but my head is all muddled and full of that gross voice. I can't stand this.
One day I'll show you the world.
Thinking about the slave man only made an even bigger mess inside my head. It wasn't all unpleasant, though. He didn't push me away because of how I looked. He treated me like an ordinary girl, not a witch, not as a saint either. And besides, I was being disrespectful. I know that. He was well within his rights to be angry. He could have let me go, but he didn't. He got angry, but he told me to stay, put ointment on me, smiled even. A very curious man indeed. With a weirdly American noir accent that's not really a noir accent and kind of just sounds like a really rich, haughty dude. Doesn't really fit in this French, I guess really old French time period. I don't know what it is. It takes place in like really old France, I think. Doesn't really belong in this time or place, but like he comes from a different area, so like whatever. He's still kind of using his accent from the future, but it's okay, whatever. And then there's what he said about his homeland. Just because my name reminded him of where he came from didn't mean I came from there as well. Never mind that nonsense about us sharing ancestors. I had no bloodline to trace back. I am the daughter of God. My mother had conceived me without knowing man. My father resided in heaven above, the Lord God. Western French? Yeah, Southern French. Boston French.
From what I know, this time period and Michel's one are both in France? Like ye old France or something? At least this area. How did she react to her mum selling her off? She was pretty upset. She was a little bit, upsetty. Weirdly enough, I'm kind of surprised that her mother wasn't cursed with her. I understand why she didn't curse the Lord, because she thought it was Jacopo. So obviously that kind of just multiplied. Although I'm surprised that he wasn't dragged in too. I don't know. Her whole delusion at that point just went a little bit. Yeah, Jacopo has Italian heritage, which makes sense for that at least. Huh. But yeah. They're all French, but it's fine because they all sound British now. It's fine, don't worry about it. Basically the same place. The two brothers come completely to the mansion. What brothers? Oh, them. Only Didier did. The other one... George has never entered the mansion. I guess there was only people that entered the mansion. Poor Maria got dragged into that then. The very idea that we shed blood was absurd, and yet, what if somewhere on this earth, there are people who share my blood? But not in that way. Who feel what I do, who think what I think, who see the world the same as me. What if somewhere like that really does exist? That would be very, so very... Time flows ever onward, carrying them 2.5 years forward. Oh my. Alright, and then she was just like hanging out in graves all day. And there she is. An early summer breeze blew past, rustling vivid green leaves. With a pleasantly warm wind at my back, I entered a graveyard. I know the slide animations are kind of funny. Just whoop. Who wasn't around here would probably have thought it was nothing more than a curious arrangement of stones on an abandoned plot of land, though. No one knew the names of most of those buried here. They'd probably have died without anyone by their side. In death, though, they finally found themselves with someone to give them attention, to show them love. Love in the form of a prayer for the repose of their souls. On this abandoned plot of land knelt its de facto caretaker, a young girl, the only person who paid the dead who lay here any mind. She's too deep in prayer. Guess I'll have to wait. Just goes instant. It's just like they have to do it for everything. It had been a little under 2.5 years since I'd rescued Morgana from the Lord's Manor. Much to my chagrin, she was still far from anything that could be described as opening up. She wasn't quite as distant as before, from my perspective at least. She had stopped calling the girls of the brothel vile and impure. She was even somewhat conversational. Whoa. Sometimes. It seemed to me her trauma had loosened its grip on her, if only a little. Of course, she has a tendency to be on the brutally blunt side. which became more obvious as she started talking more. I felt the brutal part was getting more prominent every day. Though I suppose it was a good sign. She probably learned that from a certain someone. Better than her refusing to interact at all, at least. Probably. She had also, most notably, begun showing signs of independence. Burying and sending off the dead who had no family or loved ones to do it for them was one such activity she had taken on.
She became a grave digger, or a grave take carer. Graver person.
Living in the slums, it was hardly uncommon to see corpses abandoned in alleyways or on the side of the road. Generally speaking, they would be tossed off in a ditch somewhere, out of the way to rot. Over the past couple of years, that had stopped happening, because Morgana had taken it on herself to give them proper burials and a gravestone. Nothing fancy, just a plain slab of rock to mark the graves. It certainly seemed much more respectful than the alternative. Every day she came out to the graveyard to pray for the departed. It all seemed a bit abnormally pious, but there was something almost frightening about her dedication to the task. She was only 9 years old at the time of the slave revolt, which made her 11 now. Rather than play with other children her age, she collected abandoned corpses in the slums and brought them here to bury and pray for. Abnormal didn't even begin to describe it. Some time ago, I asked her, "Why don't you go out and play like the other children?" To which she calmly responded, "I could not possibly waste my time idly engaging in worldly recreation." I knew that God was the most important figure in her life, but it still seemed excessive. Not even a convent was that draconian. I made numerous attempts to warm her up, but they all fell flat. Nothing I said seemed to make it through the heavy wall she had built around herself. That was how Morgana acted around me and the girls at the brothel, those closest to her. The rest of the town could hardly get within shouting distance before being shut out. Although it wasn't like they tried either. Most everyone else actively distanced themselves from her. On some level, they appreciated her taking care of the bodies that showed up, but ultimately, to them she was a little more than a spider that escaped more than a spider that captured more dangerous insects begrudgingly left to its own devices. Hardly anyone found her pleasant, and they didn't hide it either. Not just because of her choices and hobbies. The biggest factor, of course. "May your soul find eternal peace." The disquieting marks covering her face. "You all done?" "I didn't realize you were there." "Been here for a little while now. You should really pay more attention to your surroundings. This isn't exactly the safest area." "Why bother? No one is going to do anything to me." "Maybe not now, but a few years down the line. That's a whole nother story. You should get in the habit early. You're a growing girl. Your face could very well be better by then, too." Never mind the fact that there are people out there who will take anything as long as it's got girl parts. What if one of them decides to target you? Appalling. Aren't they? Which is why you should be a little more careful. You are an appalling man. Why am I appalling? Because the thought crossed your mind. It did not. I'm just saying there are people out there who think like that, and you need to look out for yourself. The fact that you would say that at all is appalling. I'm just looking out for you. Oh Lord, may the sinful man be cast down to hell where he belongs. Morgana, please. Geez, you know no mercy, do you? I feel like you treat these corpses nicer than you do me.
You'd be correct, especially knowing how strong her curses are.
If you want me to be nice to you,
Go die! Morgana!
the girl has got no mercy. Anyway, if you're done praying, get over here. It's ointment time. The saint. our saint, ladies and gentlemen. It really is more of a duty thing for her, isn't it? Like with Whitehead Girl, it's like, everyone is amazing. I love everyone, no matter what they do. But with Morgana, it's like, I have a duty to care about people, but I hate them. They suck. People are the worst. But it's my duty, though, to take care of them all. I will. Oh, she's precious. How many times must I tell you? You're wasting your time. Don't be such a pessimist. Rome wasn't built in a day. There are still other ointments we haven't tried. I'm not being pessimistic, I just... Then unless you want to stay looking like that, what do you have to lose? Now come on, off with the hood. You're a very stubborn man. Pot, kettle. Humph, call me whatever you want. Nothing you can say will bother me in the slightest. I loathe you. What? You were saying? God, that smirk. Her religion tells her to think that? I don't know if we can be so, I think it really is her own thought process here. Like, obviously she was, you know, grown up like that. I don't think it's really her religion so much as her upbringing. I don't think this is nearly as strong as religion so much as I need something to push me forward in life. I need something to follow. And then she's like, I would never curse people. And then like immediately. I think it's like anything that she's taking to make her feel like, you know, there's something left for her. Like there's something that she can do. So it's like, you know, whatever. You're kidding, right? Partially. You little. She acts nice when her religion dictates it to and looks down on people that do sinful stuff. Yeah, but she's less looking down on them now. And she even admitted to herself that it was disrespectful what she said to them. It's like she's aware of some stuff, but it's just, you know. I don't think it's religion that's really dictating her to do that. Listen, this girl, I don't think she's a bad girl, but I don't think her personality is entirely good. She's like every other character in this game. Like they've all got like a really bad part of them. Her bad part is just kind of, you know, a culmination of her experiences just kind of combined. She's trying to be the Whitehead girl, but she's not. Yeah, that's what makes them good. They're realistic. They're real. She's real. She's a real person. Well, she's not a real you know what I mean. She acts real. She acts like what you'd think someone would act if they went through all that shit. And she's like clinging onto something. And that makes sense. Yeah, it's just like, you know, Pauline is like really sweet, but she's so dumb. Pauline is an angel, but she's so dumb. She will cling on to whatever she believes in, and then if it's fake, then it's like she needs like a billion bits of evidence to like convince her that it's not real. Hence why she still likes Yukimasa. Like even the characters that you love, it's like there's something bad. There's something that's just like, oh god damn it, why must you be like this? I thought you were going to apply ointment. Also, because we saw her being so mean to Giselle and Michel, it's like, like I can't completely like her. Although I do feel bad for sure. And over here, it's like, it's just sad. What are you waiting for? I sighed and gave her a little glower, then scooped up some ointment with my fingers. Morgana angled her face towards the floor, closed her eyes, and waited for me to begin. There was an element within the gang that gave me flack for all the time I spent looking after and caring for Morgana. It was mostly just Gratian, actually. We never heard anything about Gratian. I'm like, what happened to this boy?
If I were you, I would have tossed that ungrateful brat out on her ass years ago. Would be another story if she were a looker, of course. To a degree, I understood where he was coming from. I certainly would have appreciated a little gratitude. On the other hand, all the time I spent with her, even if it was largely being verbally abused, allowed me to notice the more subtle changes in her mannerism. Seeing that growth, however small, was one of the things that motivated me to keep at it. For example, a year ago, whenever I went to make physical contact with her, I would have to verbally reassure her that I had no intention to do any harm, or she was likely to start shouting. Even if she didn't, she would sit there the whole time I applied ointment, incredibly stiff. Now she was more relaxed. I could even sense a sort of trust emanating from within her, as my fingers rubbed against her skin. It wasn't my imagination, at least I didn't think it was. It was something only perceptible through the act of making direct physical contact. That said, she is still borderline inscrutable.
Hence the death threats.
As I massaged the ointment into her skin, I traced the outline of her face with the flat of my thumb. The vast majority of her face was discolored, and in places, patches had festered and fallen off. The skin at the corners of her lips were shriveled and curled up, which I could only imagine was fairly painful. It was rough and uneven, hardly a pleasant sensation, and a far cry from the clean, smooth skin most girls her age would have. Maybe she's right. You'd think it would show some sign of healing by now if it were ever going to. Despite my constant insistence that she stay optimistic, it was probably me who was most disappointed, most frustrated at the complete lack of improvement. The ointment wasn't cheap, to be sure, but I didn't give a damn about the money. It was the sense of hopelessness that got me, that it was all for nothing. Back when we first took her in, Maria had suggested the marks on Morgana's face might be a manifestation of something psychological or emotional. I was beginning to think she was right. That wasn't going to stop me from trying, though. This was the only thing I could think to do for her. I wonder what she'll look like when she's all healed. Maybe she'll smile for once. I'd like to see that someday.
Hello? Is anyone in there?
You need something. Oh, sorry. I got lost in my thoughts. I didn't realize I had stopped.
Lost in your thoughts? That sounds positively dreadful.
What's that supposed to mean? I was just thinking about what you...
What I? What?
Never mind. Finishing that's just begging for another round of derision.
That's not why I wanted to get your attention either way. What happened there?
Where?
Your arm. It's cut.
Morgana pointed to a gash peeking out from beneath my sleeve. It wasn't a very deep wound. It was hardly a mere scratch either. Oh yeah, that's, you know.
I decidedly do not know.
It's not important. Don't worry about it.
Use that on yourself.
Huh?
The ointment. Stop wasting it on my face, which is never going to heal. Use it on yourself.
No need to get so worked up about it, Morgana.
I am not worked up. I am simply expressing my discontent at your foolishness.
While I'm pretty sure it's a definition, which I'm pretty sure is a definition of being worked up.
Regardless, don't use any more ointment on me. Use it on yourself. I'm sure it will appreciate actually being useful for once.
Last I checked, medicine doesn't have feelings.
Really, it's not that bad.
Besides, I'm only going to get more, so what's the difference?
You're going to get more? What are you doing? What are you doing that would make you say that?
Yeah, I'm
Too sinful to admit. You're an abhorrent man.
No, I swear, it's nothing bad. You win, I'll tell you. I was hoping to keep it a secret. I'm, doing a little training.
Training?
Yeah, crime and unrest has been on the rise in the slums. Oh well, not just the slums, the city proper too. Things were quiet for a while, after the slave revolt, but the Lord had suddenly imposed a major tax increase about 6 months ago, which has resulted in a significant number of people unable to afford living in the city. To put it simply, the iron fist is squeezing even tighter than ever. As a result, there's been a huge influx of people in the slums. You know how tight things are already, don't you? What do you suppose happens when you have limited resources and space, and suddenly twice as many people vying for their share? People have started trying to stake out their territory. They're fighting hard to defend it. People are mugging and robbing each other over scraps. It's a mess.
I had no idea.
Huh, not many thieves pick makeshift graveyards as their marks after all. Though in this case, I actually think your being so isolated is probably to your benefit. In any event, me and the rest of the gang have formed a band of peacekeepers of sorts.
Peacekeepers? Is that not the city guard's job?
The guards have never given a damn about the slums. Why waste manpower on people who can't even pay their taxes? As far as the Lord and his men are concerned, we're just leeching off his land. We're damn lucky he doesn't make an active effort to chase us all out. That means it's our responsibility to protect ourselves.
I see. So you're training to use a sword as a part of this band of peacekeepers?
In short, yeah.
Interesting.
Interesting? In what way? Oh.
Give me the ointment.
Huh? I'm not done with your...
What's even left? You've done more than enough. Give it to me.
Here.
Roll up your sleeves. She's actually using real medicine for once. I'm so excited.
You're not gonna put it on me, are you? Like I said, I don't need.
How many times have I told you the exact same thing? And how many times have you listened to me? This is payback for all the times you've refused to listen to me. You can't argue with that, can you?
No, I guess I can't.
What are you smirking about?
Nothing.
Morgana, do the real doctory stuff finally. Payback in the form of help. Try to keep this sort of thing to a minimum, if you would.
Why would I want to limit my training time? I need to be prepared for whatever might come our way. The madman of a lord could be scheming to send his soldiers in as we speak.
I'm sure there are others more suited for the job. You don't seem like you would be especially adept with a blade.
Oh, what did I do?
Oh. I can just have it go. Oh, such a cool, like, little UI thing, though.
Hey, don't judge my skill by my appearance. I'll have you know I'm the second strongest member of the gang.
That's terrible. Oh, yes, that's very reassuring. You're on fire today, huh? Since you seem to have forgotten, I put a damn decent fight against the Lord during the... God, what the hell is wrong with me? Why am I digging up some of her most painful memories for a cheap brag? Anyway, you get the idea. I'm pretty good with a sword, so you don't need to worry about me. I see. And out of curiosity, who's the strongest member? Do you even need to ask? Excuse me? Why would she ask me to my face to give her the name of the one man stronger than me? It's not a difficult question. Some asshole named Gratian. Interesting. Well, I hope he remains number 1 and you stay number 2 forever. And why exactly would you want that? The whole reason I'm training so hard is so I can surpass Gratian, and she wants me to stay below him. Unbelievable. I get it. It's easier for you to look down on me if there's someone who can put me in my place for you. That isn't why. No? Well, then mind telling me why? The strongest member of a group is the one who stands on the front lines. Aww. What's your point? The most qualified person heads the charge, yeah. I don't see anything wrong with that. It puts them at greater risk. Is this like foreshadowing for what happens to Gratian? Wait, are you concerned for my safety? What? No, Baka! It's not you I'm concerned about. Your death will simply make life more difficult for the girls at the brothel. A real tsundere moment. Well, would you look at that? You, worried about me! I guess even you have a soft spot or two. Oh, for heaven's sake. I already told you, that's not why I'm all done. Thanks. Now, I assume you're finished with your business here, so feel free to make yourself scarce. I know, she cares about everyone now. I'm so excited. No need to be so rude. Well, she did say that she stopped calling them vile. So you'd think that she'd think of them as friends too. She also likes Maria a lot, which is cute. Oh, do you have some ulterior motive for wanting me gone? For one, it's impossible for the dead to rest in peace with you around. Maybe try thinking about the living first for once. I've never really cared for how much importance people put on showing respect for the dead. It all seems so pointless to me. Your blasphemy knows no end, does it? When your time comes, you're going to find yourself with no one to grieve over your loss. Fine with me. People are only worth their salt while they're alive. And what about the afterlife? Who's got time to think about the next life when you live in an overcrowded slum where someone might kill you one day for a couple of coins? All the more reason to take it into consideration. The consequence of one's actions in life have on the next should serve to encourage us to always do what is right. Not sure I buy that. I'm done with this conversation. I don't think there is any getting through that thick skull of yours. If I offended you, I apologize. I didn't mean to. Say, Morgana, would you mind humming that song you're so fond of for me? Oh no, but when Morgana sings, everyone gets cursed. What? Where'd that come from? I'm in a good mood today. What better way to improve a good day with some good music? I do not follow that line of reasoning one bit. Why should I have to sing to make you feel better? What's the big deal? Doesn't hurt anyone. If you have even half a heart, you'll do this tiny little favor for me.
Yes, because trying to manipulate me is a wonderful way to make me want to do anything for you.
Okay, I'm sorry. That was mean of me. Please?
That doesn't sound very sincere. But fine, I'll do it.
Facing away from me, Morgana dropped to the grassy ground, staring off in the distance and beginning to hum. Requiem for the Dead. It wasn't a hymn or a requiem for the dead, but a folk song that girls in the brothel would sometimes sing. No one seemed to know who had written it, though. The lyrics were slightly vulgar. People were supposed to clap and hoot along with the music. Morgana only hummed the melody, leaving the rest of that out. In isolation, and sung with her voice, it became a thing of beauty. It was pure, untainted by the filthiness of the slums, unobscured by the crudeness of the people who normally sang it. In many ways, it was hard to believe they were the same song. This felt like it was hers, like it existed solely to be heard in her voice. Listening to her sing, I sprawled out on the grass. The blue sky spread out above me as far as the eye could see. As I gazed up into it, all my problems seemed to fade away. That I lived in a dirty slum, that the Lord was digging his claws even deeper into the city. I was in the middle of a makeshift graveyard for those who had no one else. It all just disappeared. I felt almost as though I had ascended into heaven. The first time I heard Morgana sing was, if memory served, approximately a year earlier. At the time, she was still completely walled off, much like she had been when I first brought her to the slums. She always kept her eyes on her feet, and she spoke in a soft voice, frequently pausing. She was wary of everyone, including me. One day, I went to put ointment on her face and she shouted, roared practically, for me not to touch her. To be honest, it was somewhat aggravating. Another, I asked about her father and she just pointed up at the sky, saying, "He's up there." Which I took to mean he was dead, so I just dropped the subject and got back to applying ointment to her. At some point, I started humming the song which I had picked up from the girls. Upon hearing that, she told me she was quite fond of it. Then she began singing. Immediately, I found myself entranced by her voice. Though she always spoke in soft, muffled tones, her singing voice was incredibly clear, like I was listening to a chorus of angels. They didn't mention that her voice was, like, entrancing. That was, like, her big talent, but she never really took much mind into it. And of course, the moment I put that thought into words, it'll lose all its potency. It'll just turn into some loser's cheap pickup line. It really is something, though. If she told me her voice could raise the dead, I would be inclined to believe it. It's just that beautiful. While it was true Morgana could be difficult and wasn't the most affable, I knew that at heart she was a sensitive and compassionate girl. She would come to this graveyard every day and pray for peace for all the forgotten souls was more than enough proof of that. Though she surrounded herself with high walls, she was probably the kindest, most loving person I knew. And that was what drew me to her. It didn't matter what everyone said about her, how quick they were to judge her as ugly or standoffish. I knew they were all wrong. It would be wonderful if I could just spend the rest of my days listening to her sing.
Are you asleep?
I'm awake. I was just resting my eyes.
Oh. I was about to accuse you of being boorish for having the audacity to ask me to sing and then fall asleep.
The fact that you were almost upset seems to suggest you want to be heard, despite how much you protested it.
No, I simply...
Oh, I've got the perfect idea. We can build a makeshift stage at the pub and have you sing for everyone.
What?
Oh, don't worry, it'll be fine. You can wear a mask if you don't want anyone to see your face. You don't even have to get on stage if you'd rather not. You can just sing from behind a curtain. Who knows? You could end up being a big hit.
It's not like I wanted you to hear me sing or whatever.
Come one, come all, hear the soothing voice of the enigmatic siren. Absolutely not. No? I think it's a pretty good idea myself. We could ask them to pay us. Oh, whoa. Oh, is it because you don't like taking other people's money? I wasn't planning on charging. Oh. I just thought it would be nice if more people could hear. As I already said, absolutely not. If you push the issue any further, I'll never sing for you again. Oh shit. Noted. Forget I said anything. Seemed like a good opportunity to get her interacting with more people, but I guess not. Such a pretty voice is wasted on just me. What? You look like you have something else to say. Nope, not a thing. Well, I'm not gonna force her if she's opposed to it. Fata Morgana. There's something I've been wondering for a while now. You never actually called me by my name, have you? And where did that come from? I've just been thinking about it. I can't recall a single time you've done it in more than the 2 years we've known each other. Don't tell me you've forgotten my name. Are you kidding me? I remember it, yes. I don't like that emphasis on remember. Is it really that big of a deal? There's rarely anyone else around. It's not like you don't know when I'm talking to you. Besides, I'm planning to leave when I get older. I don't see much point in getting very attached to anyone. Do you have a destination in mind? Not yet. Why are you thinking so far ahead then? You're 11 years old. You still got a few years before you're old enough to be independent. You're gonna spend that whole time keeping everyone at arm's length? I just think maybe it's about time you took down some of those walls. Might take a little weight off your shoulders in the process. I'm not gonna say you have to, though. Anyway, I should head out. I've got work to do. Try not to stay out here too late, okay? I'll be leaving as soon as you're gone. And I could walk you back then. I can make it back fine on my own, thank you. We were just talking about people being more dangerous around here, though. As you wish. Hey, Morgana. I thought you were leaving. One day I'll show you the world. You ever get tired of saying that? You gotta think big, dream. The world's changing all around us. A life just fighting to make it day by day is hardly a life at all. I don't want to spend the rest of my days confined to this tiny little corner of the world. Shining, glittering, splendid. Morgana sings the rest. Well, try not to let your dreams grow so big they crush you. I'm sure I'll be fine. I'll just have you sing for me if it ever gets to be overwhelming. Why would I be there? Why wouldn't you? It's hard to show you the world if I don't bring you with me. Like, it's just, I guess there's no technology for that. We'll get a crystal ball. Knowing you still won't know where you want to go. I'll bring you with me. We can find a place for you together. Pretty good deal, huh? I don't need to see the world. All I want is... Need to get a painter. Huh? What was that? Nothing. There was a convenient wind or storm or something. It was very loud. Now I'm even more curious. It's nothing, really. Now go on, shoo. Fine, fine. I'll see you later. paint the entire world and give it back to her. Doesn't he ever get tired of chasing me down, day after day? I thought as I watched him walk off. Quite honestly, I didn't understand that man one bit. Apparently, a lot of people respected him, and he seemed to have a fairly large social circle as well. I couldn't fathom why someone like him would go out of his way to spend time with me. It wasn't for lack of people to talk to. It certainly wasn't because we get along. Never mind my face, which couldn't be pleasant for anyone to be subjected to for any amount of time. Would he go so far out of simple pity? Hopefully he doesn't have ulterior motives.
At long last, your face is healed. I spent enough money on you to build you a house. You're gonna pay me back tenfold. Go forth, Morgana. Work.
Oh shit. Be the greatest whore this world has ever seen.
Mwahaha!
Oh shit. Planet's been uncovered. He's probably not that devious. Enough foolish speculation. It's going to start getting dark soon. I should head back.
Mwahaha!
A witch wearing a saint's skin! The brothel was always rather quiet at this time of day. The girls worked at night, so they were generally asleep while the sun was out. It was my job to take care of cleaning, laundry, and preparing meals while they rested. When I first arrived here, everything seemed so filthy. And while I still felt that way to a degree, nights when they were open for business were still miserable. I wasn't quite so prejudiced against the girls themselves anymore. They were kind to me, treated me like a sister. Or tried to, at least. I kept them at a distance, though. I didn't so overtly spurn them as I had before, but as the holy daughter of God, I could not form familial relationships with prostitutes.
Wasn't, like,
Mary a prostitute or something? I don't know. I could not delight in being pampered by them. My unwillingness to open up probably disheartened them, but still they did not throw me out or lash back at me for it. And no one made any remarks about my face. As prostitutes, they frequently caught all sorts of diseases. In my more than 2 years here, several had even passed away. Oh no. One had gotten hives all over her body, transforming from fairly pretty to absolutely hideous in only a few days' time. They had seen her considerably more than me. They had no reason to comment on a girl with a little flesh missing from her face. Which wasn't to say everyone was sympathetic for me. I should get a fire started. I'd taken care of most of the cleaning before leaving for the cemetery, so my next task was preparing food for the day. Supplies had been scant of late, which meant today I was making yet another watery vegetable soup. Oh right, he mentioned crime was on the rise. That would explain the trouble getting supplies. Here I am, completely oblivious to what's going on outside. From time to time, I would catch one of the girls saying, often with an uncomfortable laugh, "She's still the same old Morgana." Personally, I felt as though I had changed quite a bit since arriving here. No longer being intrinsically disgusted by prostitutes was big enough, even more significantly, apathetic. I had become astutely aware of how much I was on the receiving end of the other's generosity. Before coming here, the thought never would have occurred to me. I was always the giver of generosity. The saint everyone, man, woman, and child alike, came to for help. I hadn't told anyone what I was, though, so I didn't get any of that special treatment. Perhaps that was part of what had allowed me to change. Of course, because I kept all of that tightly locked up inside, the only thing people saw was an aloof little girl. Finally, the coal is lit. Now to add tinder. Oh shit! My controller started vibrating like crazy. What? Oh. What? Who is that? Who shouts knock knock instead of knock? Oh shit, they were actually shouting! What?
Everyone else was asleep. I can't just hope for someone else to deal with it. Someone's going to wake up eventually if she keeps yelling. Everyone's exhausted and they need their rest. Knock, knock, knock! Oh, for heaven's sake, quiet down out there. Oh my god, finally someone! Ah! What are you screaming for? Are you okay? Why wouldn't I be? I'm rather more concerned about you myself. Your face! Look at your face! Right, my face. It's just... I really treated the girls good here! You can't be, like, 10 years old? Look at you! Huh? Unbelievable! What kind of terrible matter will a girl like you to make it's nasty diseases? Jesus, fits way too well. Does she think I am a prostitute? How dare! Hold on, please! You're jumping to conclusions. Don't you worry, you got a friend in me. No, that's not what... There's still hope! Tomorrow'll be a better day! I'm not... is it not because of disease then? Yes, thank you, finally. No one gave me any disease. You're being tortured! Ah! What? Now that I get close to look at you, your hands are all torn up too, and I really busted the whip that often around here. Oh my god! No one I can't believe my eyes! You wouldn't do this to such a little girl! Excuse me? I think you're the man in charge of Stern talking to. It's his job to protect his girls. Excuse me? Oh my god, knock, knock, knock! Shut up and listen to me! Ow! I didn't mean to do that. Oh, Father, I pray for your forgiveness, for I have disobeyed your teachings and raised my hands against my fellow man. Oh my god, nothing for me, the one who actually got kicked? Oh. Ahem. Before you do anything, you could perhaps introduce yourself. I love this music that goes along with her too. That's like it for jumping to conclusions. I just always had this super bad habit of letting my imagination run wild, you see. As soon as I saw you, I was like, a dark, dank dungos. Little girl hung upside down, buck naked. Big smirking shirtless man holding a cat o' nine tails. Girl screams echoes on the cold stone. Will she live to see another day? That sort of thing. Maria! Maria, help. It keeps going too. Next, a dashing young man appears to rescue the girl, but he's secretly. Shut your mouth for me, would you? Aye, aye. You're allowed to breathe. Okay, so, what was your name? Ceren! Spelled C-E-R-E-N. That's like J like Jester and Ren like ransom. Oh, Juren. Thank you for giving me that pronunciation. Shut your mouth for me, would you? Aye. But you are allowed to breathe. Aye. God, it's way too early for this shit. Thanks, game. What is it, like noon? 1? Quick, stuff her mouth with something, duct paper. Should I have not let her in? Oh no, you're fine.
I've known we were getting a new girl for a few days now. Well, I sure wasn't expecting this.
Oh.
You don't have to keep your mouth shut permanently. If you have something to say, spit it out.
Is this like the part where I get fired before you even start? Ugh.
Tell me something, would you? Do you act that way around your clients?
What? Is there something wrong with how I act?
Moving on. Stand right there for me. For the love of all that is holy, hold still.
Yes, him. What you gonna do?
Oh.
What are you gonna
Just hush and hold still.
do? Oh?
Girl, please.
You're staring holes through me.
Just a little more.
You're getting real up close and personal there.
Need to make sure you're up to par.
Oh. Par with what? Is this necessary? Hello?
All right, at ease. Ye pass, you're hired.
Really? Sweet. So, like, what was that all about?
You gotta have an exam first, obviously.
I see.
I'll tell you this though, if you weren't cute as all hell, I'd have thrown you right out on your ass.
Are you really that cute? You're making me blush.
You realize that wasn't a compliment, right? Anywho, you start work tomorrow. Today, familiarize yourself with the rules and the layout of the place.
Aye, ma'am.
Morgana, can I ask you to show her around? What? Alright.
Thanks a bunch. Much obliged.
I'm already beginning to regret this. Morgana does not approve.
Talk about a culture shock, though. I've never seen a place with a woman manager.
Yeah, I'm not the manager. Just an old hat.
So where's the big boss hiding then?
No boss here, just us girls.
You don't have a manager? Really?
Nope. You'll find this is a much more like a community than anything. Bunch of girls with nowhere else to go who banded together and built this place up. It's been going like that for more than a decade now. Morgana's the house match! Oh my god. Is this what's actually happening here? From what I've been told, it's just a little shack. Didn't even have proper flooring. By the time I showed up, the facilities were a little nicer. The roof still leaked like a bitch, though. We didn't have nearly as many rooms set up as we do now. But we worked our tails off over the years, scrounging together the money and time to patch it up, grew it into what you see now.
Huh, neato.
Of course, not having someone specifically in charge of running the place does come with its own set of challenges.
Does it? Sounds like a pretty good deal to me. What if you just make me the manager? Oh my god. Everyone gets to do their own thing.
It's not that simple, unfortunately. Makes it more difficult to iron things out with the community and other business when trouble arises. And of course, it means we have no one financing us. Every day's a struggle to make it to the next. Any day could be our last. It could all come crashing down. Toss out any illusions of job security.
Not as neato.
One sec.
Okay, I'm back. This character, I was gonna go to bed actually, but this character showed up and now it's like, god damn it. It's gonna be her own thing now. I like her though. So far, I like her a lot. I never get to do the Valley Girl voice much, so I'm glad.
I'm still super duper impressed though. Like major props. You guys made this one heck of a place for the slums.
Yeah, I suppose. I'll take that, I guess.
You sound really happy about it.
Well, I mean, pretty much everyone who founded this place is dead now. It's one of the risks of the job. You work your ass off just to get to add another day and end up taking 3 off in the process. Once you've got enough to do whatever it is you need to do, you walk out that door and never come back, got it? Whether you got debt to pay off or friends or family who need a little extra money, once you're done, be done.
You're not gonna ask what I need the money for?
If a girl looks like trouble, I'll talk to her and have some guys look into it. But you don't strike me as a type. If you were up to no good, I feel like it'd be pretty obvious. Super Whiplash, I'm really worried about her now. I think she's one of the ones that end up dying, and I'm gonna be very sad. Besides, I've been in this business long enough to know it's not at the top of most girls' dream job lists. Most of us have been through some nasty shit. We don't come here to have other people digging around through it. I'm sorry, Flint. I had to prepare you for it at least. I'm preparing myself already. Just same with, what's his face? Gratian. Gratian and Seren, or Jiren. Both super worried about them. Right? Who knows? Who knows? Maybe nothing will happen. What do I know?
Buzz!
Huh? Boss? What?
You're sweet, thoughtful, and hecka boss, so I'm gonna call you Buzz. It's perfect.
I thought I told you we don't have a boss yet.
Buzz!
No harm in you taking a liking to me, I guess.
She hecka Buzz.
Anyway, I'm gonna go crash again. Morgana can answer any questions you've got.
Aye.
Also, any more hollering while I'm trying to sleep and I'll rip that pretty little head off your shoulders and shove it between your legs, got it?
Buzz.
This girl. Oh god, Seren and Morgana. Oh god.
Alright, Morgana, lead the way.
Sure. Before we go though, I have a question. Are you incapable of speaking like a human being? Jiren. Right, I'm sorry, I keep forgetting.
What do you mean?
Does it really require explanation?
Hey, I get it. We're friends now. I don't have to talk so stiff like.
Has she ever? You call that stiff?
Yeah, why? Now to tell you the truth, I've kind of forgotten how to talk casual. Guess that's what happens when everyone around you is big cheese. I'm very respectful to my seniors, I'll have you know.
This conversation is going nowhere, so let's go.
Aye! You got your couple years back? Neato! I'm gonna start Are you gonna start working when your face clears up?
I have no intention of becoming a prostitute, no. Maria has already said she will respect that. Instead, I am tasked with other chores, such as cooking and cleaning, in order to earn my keep.
Maria's even more generous than I thought.
Generous?
Most places wouldn't look after a sick girl for that long, let alone give her a room of her own and buy her ointment.
The ointment is his doing, technically speaking, but I suppose she's right. You're right. I've begun to feel the same way recently. Taking care of a few chores cannot possibly counterbalance the burden of my being here places on everyone else. They would surely all be better off without me.
That's not what I meant at all. Sure, maybe it doesn't balance. They'll let you stay here out of the kindness of their hearts. That doesn't mean that you better off elsewhere pulling your weight.
You've been here for all of what, an hour? How can you possibly know that?
Just look at this place. It's better looking than a lot of places outside the slums. SU's been keeping it so clean, Morgana. The last place I was at was dirtier than a bear's bunghole. This is like heaven compared to that. Without you around, Morgana—
Oh shit, she said that. Oh no.
Without you around, Morgana, the girls wouldn't be able to sleep so comfortably.
Perhaps.
Are you blushing? You're blushing, aren't you? Oh my god. It's nothing to be ashamed of. You can even jump in my arms if you want. Ooh, woo.
You know,
Ooh, ooh.
you're incredibly obnoxious.
I got my hurt. Oh.
For a second there, she almost had me feeling a little better about myself, but that went right out the window.
You came here a couple of years back. That would be right around when the Lord's slaves revolted, yeah?
Yes, right about then.
I wish I could have been there for it. I went all sort of crazy.
You mean you weren't around when it happened?
Nope. I wasn't in these parts till about like a year ago. I've only heard the stories.
Her in the Kokoro.
My Kogoro! Back when the uprising happened, I wasn't even in this country. I was way, way far away.
I see, so you only moved here recently then?
No, I didn't move. I was kidnapped.
What?
I'm a bit of an airhead if you haven't noticed. One day I was just suddenly taken captive and then I got sold off.
What? Really?
Yeah,
She was taken captive and sold off? I didn't mishear her, did I? You talk about it like it's just some part of your daily routine.
well, it is the second time it's happened.
It is?
Okay, back to the tour then, shall we?
What? Raises even more questions.
Okay. Yeah, I've been thinking about what I want to call you, Morgana. How about Morgie?
What you want to call me? Is that not what my name is for?
Nicknames! Step 1 to making friends. Duh! So from now on, I'm gonna call you Morgs. Morgs! With a hard J, not a soft one. Just so there's no confusion.
Thank you. I would never have figured it out without your help.
Morgs!
Can you not call me that? It rather gets on my nerves.
You can call me Jerry.
You can't be serious. Good heavens, I cannot keep up with this girl. Anyway, that about covers it. All that's left is to show you the storeroom.
Were we just there?
Yes, but that's the second one. Below us.
Below the floor?
Dream team. I made my way to the corner of the room, crouching down and pulling up one of the floorboards. From beneath it appeared a staircase leading downward.
Underground storage! Nice and cool to keep things fresh, too.
This room serves a second purpose, though.
Eh?
It's also a shelter for us to hide in should any sort of trouble arise.
Oh, huh.
Fortunately, it has not been used for that purpose. We're not in the safest area, so we must be prepared for anything.
Yeah, that makes sense. Nice a place as this is, I guess it's still the slums.
Indeed.
You're hoping we don't have to ever use it, ha ha ha!
Yeah. I'm guessing that's how at least some of them were safe. Indeed.
So that's everything then. I've seen the whole place.
Yeah, that's everything. Or I suppose I should show you the kitchen is. Ugh.
What's that?
I completely forgot I was trying to start a fire. Oh, shit. Ugh. I scrambled back to the kitchen, but as I had feared, it was far too late. The coals were long since dead. All that work for nothing.
Looks like you got a bit of an airhead side too, Morgs.
And who do you think is to blame for that?
It's alright, we can get it lit together. Let's get lit!
Together. This is all your responsibility. These two. As the sun began to set and meal preparations were complete, the girls started to emerge from their rooms, a bustle forming in and around the kitchen. Some sluggishly rubbed the sleep from their eyes, while others complained about clients. Some took a moment for me to recognize in their casual clothes sans makeup. Off the job and being themselves, they looked less like prostitutes and more like ordinary girls. There were around 10 girls who actually stayed at the brothel, another 10 or so who came in to work from outside. It was a fairly large-scale operation, at least in my eyes. Though there were a couple of other small brothels in the slums, this was the one everyone directed any interest to first. Girls with nowhere else to go stayed here. Girls who did have a place to go back to stayed there. No one actually owned their own homes, though. They either lived with a man or shared a place with a few other girls. None of them had husbands or children. Supposedly, there were those who did in this line of work, but it was rather uncommon. I scooped out servings of soup from the cauldron sitting over the fire, dishing it out to girls as they came by. No one gave me any unpleasant looks at the sight of my face. They said good morning and smiled, just like any other day. I whispered a greeting to each of them in return. But given how noisy the kitchen was, it was unlikely any of them heard it.
Oh boy, it sure is bouncing in here. I like me a place with some energy.
I'm glad to hear that. It didn't take long for Jaren to start hitting it off with the other prostitutes. Her perky disposition was undeniably overdone, but everyone seemed to enjoy the positive attention she was giving them well enough. In almost no time at all, the girls were fawning over her. Chapter 2? I don't even know if does this have chapters? We should save, actually. Let's see. 000. Bustling brothel. I don't know what that means. What's Q mean? Quick save? After when I started. Huh. Yeah, we might be on. I think we're only in chapter 2. I don't know how many chapters there are. She's like a puppy. Once everyone had their food and settled into their individual mealtime activities. The bland, watery soup was expectedly unpopular, even though everyone knew there was nothing that could be done about it. This again, several of them murmured, to which Maria stood up and chastised them, saying, You should be grateful you've got anything to eat at all. I know. And Morgana worked her butt off to make it for you. It's rude to complain. I'm sorry, really I am. It ain't her cooking I'm complaining about. You know that, right, don't you, Morgana? It doesn't bother me. You're perfectly justified in being displeased. It's hardly nutritious enough to get you through the day. True enough, I guess. It'd be great if you could get something with a little more oomph. Like a big old slab of meat. Oh my god, I love meat! Just thinking about it has me drooling! Meat! Bring on the meat! Save that drool for work, because that's the only meat you'll be getting here. Oh, I wonder, maybe I can pretend this root-looking thing is meat and it'll actually taste like it. Meat from the depths, I summon thee. Meat. Oh. Nope, it's still not meat. No shit, genius. Meat. You don't like meat more? Now, you won't grow up to be big and strong if you're such a picky eater. I'm not picky about what I eat, no. All sustenance is a gift from God to man. I would never refuse his.
Well, is it meat not to your liking then, Saint? You're that slave. The Saint says your brother's taste so bad it makes her wretch. Oh.
No! Get out of her head! Spike Chunsoft? No, they didn't make it. Navectical made this game. Hi, strips. This is supposed to be horrifying. Listen, it is. That's supposed to be my bad evil voice. You're supposed to be like, oh god, this person's evil because they have this voice. Whatever.
Hey, you're right, Morix. You're super pale. I'm just fine. Yeah, Navectical. It's been more than 2 years and still I can't get that taste out of my mouth. No matter how hard I try to forget it. Sometimes when I'm awake, just like now. Sometimes as an awful nightmare. If you're not feeling good, maybe you should just lay down or something. I'm fine, really. You sure? Maybe meat's out of the question, but some bread would sure be nice at least. Oh god, yeah, bread! Too bad supplies have been so scarce lately. It's all that damn Lord's fault. Not that bunch of horse can do fuck all about it. Is the Lord really that bad of a guy? Oh right, you haven't been here very long. You don't know what he's like. Yes, he is a terrible man. He oppresses his people and rejects the word of God. He is a cruel, heartless, barbaric madman. He deserves the strictest of judgments. Everyone in the city hate him then? I doubt you will find a single person who thinks otherwise. Huh. I hope he stops being the Lord soon then. What do you mean? I just mean like it'd be nice if someone else could take over for him. Then he could just be like a regular old guy. You wouldn't have to worry about running a city and stuff. Everyone wins! It would be nice, yes, but... Wouldn't it? Pretty dang brilliant, aren't I? Oh my god, I have the biggest of brains, Even I know it's not that simple, and I'm only 11. How would a bunch of slum dwellers even begin to instate a new lord? Does she even think before speaking? Well, damn. I was hoping to make it before breakfast time. Sorry about that, but I brought some bread. Oh! I have bread! Speak of the bloody devil! Here, toss it here!
No, me first.
Patience, please. You're acting like wild animals that haven't eaten in days. Bread! Man. Bread is great. They right. Aha, look at you, Jacopo. You got girls fawning all over you. Don't just watch, help. It's not me they're after, it's the bread. Touché. That said, pretty sorry batch you got for us today. You could have probably cracked someone's head open with this. There's no hope for the world if we've fallen so far that girls are tripping over each other to get their hands on this. You want fresh soft bread? We'll start saving your coins. Until then, this is the best we can get. Let it soak in your soup for a bit. That should soften it up some. Though you should be grateful to have it at all. How much longer till I fall into a pile of money? Morgs, it's the man! There's a man here! I have eyes, thank you very much. Who is it, you know? Is he a client? No, he's not. He's more, how should I put it? Someone who doesn't know how to keep his nose out of other people's business. Excuse me, did your eyes fail to detect that I have ears? Here he comes! Haven't seen you around here before. New girl. You first, mister. Who are you? Since you came in through the back door, I'm guessing you work here? Something like that. Holy moly, I've never seen a male prostitute before. You, me, outside, now. Wow! Took it back aggressive. Inter-office romance never ends well, you know. Oh. This girl. Mariel will get real mad if she finds out. This ship's sinking before it even leaves the port. I love her so much. Two prostitutes in the throes of forbidden love. One day, an older client finds out and goes mad with rage. All of a sudden, there's a knife in his hand. He swings and... Maria, what the hell is wrong with this new girl? I've never seen anyone with this much air inside their head. That's Jaren. She joined today. She's a bit off in the head, but she's a nice girl. I'm sure you'll get on just fine. Nice to meet ya. Wait, does that mean we have the boss's approval? Oh my god. It's crazy enough that they're running this place themselves, but to allow... No! Cheer on a sinking ship! This place is out of this world! Ricky the shipper! Personified! You just met 5 minutes ago, though. How about we start off as friends? Shut up and listen to me for a second, chatterbox. Until I say otherwise, you are not to speak another word. You will listen to every last word I say and carve it into that empty skull of yours. Understood. I love her. And there you have it. I assist with brothels operations, nothing more. I presume you've been told how this place doesn't have a formal manager. Sometimes situations arise for which a man's presence is necessary. Yep. He may look like a scrawny dork, but he's actually surprisingly useful. Was that really necessary? Sorry, my bad. Slip of the tongue. Neato. So have you two known each other a long time? You seem like you're pretty close. Pretty much just the two of us fighting to survive for years. That's awesome! I love that kind of thing. Together through thick and thin. Not too long ago, he had some other guys starting up a band of peacekeepers. He's been spending more of his time training up with them these days. What does he do? And how does he get paid? I don't know! I'm not sure. I have no idea what Jacopo does. That said, I guess it's not too bad knowing we've got someone we can throw at troublemakers if need be.
Oh, Peacekeeper is sweet. You didn't look like you put up much of a fight there, mister.
I was thinking about that in the beginning, actually. Like, what does Jacopo actually do? You want to test that theory? Maria, you need to teach this girl some damn manners. We'll be drowning in complaints if she treats patrons like this.
I let you know, I butter my clients up so much that they're a big slippery mess when I'm done with them.
Oh, I don't want to hear that.
I'll eat is fine, I promise.
Oh, I bet they get slippery. Not from butter.
What? That's not what I meant, I swear.
What are you getting all flustered for? You're a whore just like the rest of us. On a somewhat related subject. Where exactly did you pick up some of those mannerisms?
Huh? Why do you ask? They seem pretty normal to me.
It would be quicker to list off the things about you that are normal than aren't.
There's actually a majorly huge story behind that.
Oh? Is that so? And what would that be? You weren't raised by wolves in the wilderness and never learned how to behave like a normal person, were you?
You're not too far off, actually. When I was younger...
Wait. You don't have to. No one's forcing you to say anything you don't want to.
I didn't grow up with my parents! I lived with a bunch of really nice men and I learned a lot from them. I didn't even know my name until they told me.
Pardon?
I thought my name was me till I was around 5. Then none of the nice men told me it was actually Jaren. He was super duper disappointed in me. Called me the dumbest broad I ever know. Talk about rude. It kind of rubbed off on me, so that's probably what you're seeing.
Well, that certainly is a story.
Is that good enough for you?
I'll just say the nice man was absolutely right.
How right?
It's genuinely concerning how stupid this girl is. Anyway, food time. What a weird... No, please, end the chapter or something. I need to go sleep.
I'm stuffed. It's amazing how much of a difference a little bread makes.
Glad you enjoyed it.
Cause starting tomorrow, you gotta work if you wanna eat. I bus.
Oh, right, she'll be working here too. It almost slipped my mind. She seems like such an innocent girl. So far removed from carnal desire. Yet she'll be out there selling her body. Pull an all-nighter. They have to, that's how they work. Oh, no, me? Shit, no! I don't want to, I need to go to bed because I have classes super early.
What's that, Morgs? You've been staring at my face something fierce.
What? I was just admiring the unusual color of your skin.
Yeah, I'm not from around these parts. I'd like to go back home someday, but who knows if that'll ever happen.
Home? She did say she was taken from her home and sold off. I imagine that would make it difficult to go back. Speaking of, you and Jacopo look kind of similar skin color-wise. Do we?
We're deaf spoke on the darker side. I wish I had a super... On the darker side, I wish I had a super pretty white skin like yours, boss.
I appreciate the compliment, but most everyone around here is really fair. My skin's nothing special. Just because we both have tan skin doesn't necessarily mean we're from the same region.
Where are you even from, Jackie?
Or Yaki. Wait. Yeah, wouldn't that come off as Yaki? Yaki.
Pretty damn adorable nickname, ain't it?
I would very much appreciate it if you never called me that again.
But it's so cute.
Back to the question of where I'm from. I don't remember. In my earliest memories, I was already living here. Chances are things weren't great wherever it was. Otherwise, I would probably remember something.
Oh darn, that's too bad. You know, Yaki, maybe where you came from is close to where I came from. Go back a few generations, maybe we even share some family.
I'd wager you probably came from the same part of the world as me. If you go back far enough, you might even find we share ancestors. Who knows? Knows. I told you to stop calling me that. I suppose there's a chance you're right about that.
Wait, that makes us family, Yaki.
Ugh, get off me. Let go, damn it.
Well, she seems to have taken quite a liking to you. Why? Why did I just think that I wished he had said that no, they weren't?
Ah, heck. Morgana gonna turn into a yandere. No! Once it started getting dark out, the kitchen became a deserted wasteland. The girls went off to work and he went home. The brothel was divided into two distinct work and living areas. If it weren't and they used the whole building for business, I probably would have run off long ago. I'd only ever been in the work area during the day, and though it was largely masked by the scent of various incenses burning through the night, it was filled with unmistakable raw stench of man. Cleaning it always put me in a dour mood. The corpses I gathered and buried were far less repulsive. In the living area, there was a kitchen, storage areas, and a large hall of sorts, which girls used as communal bedroom. They would stumble in after a long night of work and all sleep together like a big family. I made a point of sleeping off in the corner, which wasn't strictly necessary, since I slept while they worked and vice versa. I could just never seem to make myself comfortable sleeping in the middle of such a large, big empty room. Today was slightly different, though. I wasn't sleeping alone. Jaren was there, which I suppose shouldn't have surprised me.
Let's sleep together, Morgs.
Absolutely not.
No, why not?
I dislike people putting their hands all over me. It makes me uncomfortable.
I see. That's what you're supposed to do is snuggling, not sleeping together. Here I thought you didn't like me. I was about to cry.
It's still too early to decide how I feel about you. We only met today.
All the more reason we should sleep together.
In what way does that make any sense?
Simple. The best way to get to know me better is some good old-fashioned spooning. Words don't got nothing on plain physical contact. That's how you get to know someone's really like on the inside.
Your choice of words makes that sound incredibly improper.
Besides, it's not work tomorrow, which means I probably won't get another chance to sleep with you for a while. It's gotta be tonight, please.
Fine. Only if you agree to give me enough space.
God!
At least let me finish my sentence.
Gotta get in here before you have a chance to change your mind.
It feels like we've adopted a dog.
I promise, I'm 101% human.
I never said you weren't, just that. Never mind. I take it back. It's not like we've got a dog. It's like a tornado dropped in and made a horrible mess of my day.
That's Jaren for you, TM. You just wait. I'll crack that big ol' icy shell of yours soon, Morgs.
Is that really how I come off? Out of curiosity, are you not afraid of being so close to me?
Why should I be?
When you first saw my face, you thought it was caused by some kind of disease. Are you not concerned that that might still be the case? And that you might catch whatever it is?
You probably wouldn't be here if something contagious. As sweet as Maria is, she wouldn't keep you around if she thought you might get the other girls sick. No one else seems all that concerned at breakfast, which means whatever those marks on your face are, they're probably not a danger to anyone else.
She actually uses her brain, oh my god. I am surprised. You actually have something resembling a functioning brain.
Believe it or not, I am super duper smart.
Now that I know isn't true. But anyway, I'm talking more, emotionally. You can logically understand that I probably don't pose any possible danger and still be uncomfortable. Still want to keep your distance. I know several of the girls do, and I can't blame them either. They need to be healthy to work and make their living. There's nothing wrong with wanting to avoid any potential risk, no matter how small. Perhaps they don't even realize they're doing it themselves, in which case, there's nothing anyone can do.
I'm not sure how much help I can be, since I don't really get why anyone would want to keep their distance from you. I don't think it's hopeless. If they don't realize they're doing it, then you just have to open their eyes. Easy peasy. Make them realize. Then tell them, stop trying to avoid me. You have the right to at least that much. I really think you need to be a little more assertive, Morgs. No one's gonna get mad if you stick up for yourself every once in a while.
They will, though.
What? Who will?
All man's suffering is purposeful. It is all part of God's plan. His trials for us on the earth. He would be very displeased if I were to turn my back on his plan for me.
I really think you're overthinking it, Morgs. Less on fun things mean more room for fun things. More fun things is always better.
Would you call your life fun?
Huh?
You were taken from your home, and now you work as a prostitute in the slums of a strange country. Do you call that fun? It just seems depressing to me.
Nope, I'm perfectly happy. Not a sorrow in the world. Hasn't been a single day in my life I felt sad or depressed or that, like, life sucks. I mean, sure, there are days when I think it'd be nice to see my mom again. I don't really have time to worry about anything other than the here and now. As far as I'm concerned, now is always the best time of my life. Don't got any room to feel bad about anything.
I see. You're quite the optimist. So much it almost burns.
I consider myself lucky to have ended up at this brothel. Everyone's amazing.
Then I pray you'll find yourself at home there. Or here.
Aw, you're kind of sweet, Morgs.
Kind of.
Slip of the tongue. You're always sweet. Hey, Morgs. How'd you end up here a couple of years back?
I was thrown into a carriage by a strange man and brought here, with no chance of ever returning. Not taken, but sold. Ultimately, the difference is insignificant.
You were!
I thought she was saying that in her head. I came through a similar route as you.
Huh, I guess that makes us peas in a pod.
Not at all, or anything but. I'm nowhere near as optimistic as her. Never mind energetic and cheerful.
No, don't be foolish, Morgana. That's not why we're not alike. Because I'm God's chosen daughter. No, the other one was real. I have absolutely no reason to feel inferior to a mere prostitute. Heck. We're nothing alike, and we must never be. I need warm morgs. I'm gonna sleep great tonight. I am such a disgrace. Heck.
Lord Bernier, we're all very much interested in seeing the saint's miraculous powers for ourselves.
Oh, that's a noble one. Oh,
I knew it would not be long before someone asked. We're much too healthy to see the effects of the miracle in ourselves, after all, which of course is anything but a problem. Falling ill would only serve to interfere with our ability to enjoy these feasts.
well said, my lord.
Which is why I've arranged for a most fortuitous slave to have the miracle performed upon. Bring him in.
Yes, sir. No.
As you can see, this slave is on the verge of death. He can hardly even walk on his own 2 feet. Under any other circumstance, I would keep such an unseemly thing out of sight so as not to tarnish your festive mood, my guests. I believe he will serve as a fine sample on which to test the miracle's efficacy.
He wants to test my miracle?
Rejoice, slave! Good fortune shines upon you. You heard me, daughter of God. This poor slave is in need of your assistance. Give unto him your blessing, it would be so gracious.
I don't care how much you try to dress it up, Lord. My miracle is not a show for your parties.
Oh my, you refuse to heal him then? After making such a scene about your blood is for the sick, the poor, the suffering, at that. Even a saint's dignity has its limits, I understand. You don't want to be sullied by his filthy old slave.
I never said any such thing.
Then you know what you must do.
You know to make me intervene, daughter of God.
I am asking you to do this, out of respect.
I would happily give my blood for that man.
I knew you would come around. Let's see, what should we let your blood from? I see no point in wasting unmarred flesh for a mere slave. Your fingertip will do nicely. He can drink the blood directly from the cut. I certainly don't have any goblets to spare for him. Let us begin then, shall we, daughter of God? Drink, slave. Suck the blood that spills from her finger. Don't let a single drop go to waste. Tell me, slave, has your ailment been remedied? If it has, leap into the air for my guests.
I am cured, my lord. Behold, I am cured. Splendid, an undeniable miracle. Whoa.
Eee.
Look, my lord, I am cured. I'm in better shape than ever. And then stab.
We've seen more than enough. Stop hopping about like a filthy swamp toad.
Yes, my lord.
You are dismissed, slave. First give your thanks to the saint, and all my guests who bore witness to your miraculous recovery.
Thank you so much, sirs and madams. Thank you so much, oh holy saint.
Now that you've borne witness to the blood's power, I'm sure you're all eager to try some for yourselves.
What? Oh, certainly, my lord. With such a potent elixir, our good health is all but assured. Indubitably. Please stop this. Do not take any more of my blood. I'm begging. Probably got it from everyone, like, touching her open wounds. I've lost too much blood. Can barely think straight.
I suppose I might have overdone it today. You did not come cheap, Saint. I won't have you dying on me until you've at least proven your gold's worth of entertainment.
Our actions are an affront to God. My miracles are only for those in need.
Is that the only thing you know how to say? I've grown rather tired of hearing it.
I will gladly offer my blood for any other ailing slaves. But you and your guests are perfectly healthy. You're merely squandering God's gift on yourselves.
Ha 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 ha! You foolish little girl.
What?
Yeah, right? That's what I'm like. She must have completely believed it was, Jacopo. And completely, like, it must have, like, completely blended together for her.
Let me tell you something, Saint.
When she was, like, awakened, she didn't recognize him. She thought he was the Lord. She thought he was this guy. So, I think at that point it was just delusions. Which is partly why he continued. He was like, well, she doesn't believe it's me, I guess I'll just keep doing it. I don't know why the curse transferred to him and not to, you know, this guy. But who knows? Who knows how curses work?
Let me tell you something, Saint. I don't believe in your miracles.
How can you say that after seeing that slave boy drink my blood and be healed? What more proof do you need?
It was all a show.
What? I told him to feign
being ill and cured, or I would send him to the deepest chambers of the dungeon. Even a dog will wear a cat's skin if his life depends on it. Haha. What did you think of his performance? Impressive, no?
Why? Then why do you keep taking my blood?
All I and my guests desire is a good time. You're nothing more than an exhibit for entertainment.
No. You're wrong. My blood does have miraculous powers. I proved it back at the village.
It hardly matters either way. Whether you're a saint or a lowly peasant girl is inconsequential. All that matters is that you continue to play the role of a saint. What's the matter? Are you disappointed? Upset? You're welcome to cry, wail, and gnash your teeth like a sniveling little child. That would be entertaining in its own right. Shout at the top of your lungs that you are not a saint, that it was all an act, beg to be set free. Who knows? Perhaps they might lose interest in you then.
I am the daughter of God. I will never claim otherwise.
I see. Then nothing changes. You will continue to offer your body and spirit to my feasts.
No. Why are you so insistent on remaining a saint, Morgana? It's that mother's voice. What do you have to gain for handing out blessings for nothing? It is my sacred responsibility as a daughter of God to help all those in need. How noble of you, Morgana. How honorable to not cast aside your duty in the face of such misery. It is the reason I was placed upon this earth. But tell me this. Are your offerings genuinely altruistic? What? Are they, Morgana? Do you simply do it out of a desire to call yourself benevolent? When the people of your village sang your praises, when you crushed the man who accused Mother of being a charlatan, you reveled in it. I did not. There's nothing wrong with that, though. It's a perfectly normal reaction. Having pride, feeling a sense of superiority are perfectly human emotions, especially in a child as young as you. The reason you feel shame about your pride, however, is the very source of that pride, your identity as a daughter of God. Free yourself from those chains and the guilt they cause you. Go back to being an ordinary little girl. You can do that. Remove the chains and pass them on to me. No.
Ugh. I love you, silly.
What an awful nightmare. Dreaming about my time at the Lord's Manor is bad enough. But go back to being an ordinary little girl? No, absolutely not. That is not an option. My whole life would become meaningless if I were to do that. Not that I could call myself normal with a face like this. Barney dreams are the best. Uh-huh. They're great. There's nothing ordinary about me. If I were to lose my position as a daughter of God, I would be nothing but a hideous child. Okay, we're ending it there. There's clearly no chapter end coming up soon, so I'm just gonna end it. It's been way too long. I didn't realize I was trying to find a place, but we can't, so we're ending it here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh shit, I'm gonna save. That's right, you're right, heck. I do really like the menu, the UI for this. Very pretty. I guess coming off of the PC version, which was really, old, super old. That was 6 hours long. It was so intense though, so it felt a lot longer for me. Whew. Man, that was great. I'm gonna find a music thing to lead us off into. Hold up. Hold up. Don't even worry about it. The nice ways to die. Next time, next weekend. Story stuff like this is weekends. Saturday and Sunday. Usually it was actually just Saturdays, but because of Danganronpa and the way that one was structured, it was very much if I leave it for different weekends, I'm gonna forget everything that happened between chapters. So instead of splitting them up for one chapter every 2 weeks, it's just do them on Saturday and Sunday and finish one chapter over the weekend. So I might as well do that here too. Because I played Fata Morgana once every Saturday. That game took forever, but it also felt like it gave enough time because that game was intense. So yeah, I might do that here. I might just do it on Saturday, I'm not sure. Depending on how intense this one is. Because I can't handle it sometimes. It gets really heavy. But yeah. Thanks for joining the storm. It was fun. I'm gonna make some tea and go to bed. Take this hair thing off, my towel, because that's been being heavy on my head. Yeah, and then I can sleep for classes properly. Don't worry about it. It's me, Coco, best babysitter. Well, take care, everyone. Good night. Ba-ba-ba.